This regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present except for Vice President Tamayo. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. I gotta get used to it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 absent. Oral communication for closed session items. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. We have no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Sections 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining Employee Negotiations, LLP, and Adams, Silva and McNally, LLP. Employee Organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, and Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2024030399. Student Expulsion, Case 2025-01, Education Code Sections 48916-48918. Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Property Location, 845 Broadway, Chula Vista, California, 91911. APN number 572-270/760-235-7300. Negotiating parties, Chula Vista Elementary School District and Metropolitan Area Advisory Committee on Anti-Poverty of San Diego County, Incorporated. And Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment Title, Principal. with all board members present. Please note that Trustee Tamayo arrived at 4:20 for the minutes. I will entertain a motion to accept the recommendation of the hearing panel and plan of rehabilitation for case 2025-01.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. All those in favor? Aye. Any abstentions or nays? Motion carries unanimously. Closed session announcements will be made by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes.
On Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, on motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Ramirez Dominguez, the Board approved the non-reelection pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21 of Employee Number 2011625-286, and by the following vote, the ayes 5, noes 0. On Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2024030399, on motion by Member Dominguez Cervantes, second by Member Ramirez Dominguez. The Board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. The ayes are 4, 0 noes. Tamayo was absent.
Thank you. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, if you could lead us in the pledge, please. Thank you. I will now accept a motion to approve the agenda with flexibility.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We will be moving the items of Section 13, which is the public hearing, to just before the consent agenda, followed by item 10N. Communication to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Miss Angela Reed.
Good evening, Board. I come before you tonight on behalf of our school secretaries who serve as the backbone of every school site. They are the first faces when visitors enter the office, the right hand of the principal, and the ones who ensure the day-to-day operations of the school run smoothly. Tonight, I want to address the significant challenges they face from the recent changes in the district's purchasing and supply ordering process. What was once a straightforward task has now become far more complex and burdensome for secretaries, and they are concerned about the negative impact it's having on their ability to effectively support the school's front office. A major issue is that the new process places much of the responsibility for purchasing and procurement on secretaries' shoulders. What was once handled by the purchasing department at the district office, the requisitioning and ordering of supplies for the warehouse, has now been shifted to them. While they have always been committed to supporting our schools and students, they are now being asked to take on the roles of buyer, purchaser, and budget manager. The intent behind these changes may have been for efficiency, but what has resulted is a much more fragmented and error-prone system. Let me explain a few of the difficulties secretaries now face. Secretaries are now required to create open purchase orders for multiple vendors, which ties up the school's very limited budget. This adds another layer of complexity to their already full plates. And the process of placing orders with multiple vendors instead of having a central warehouse system has led to higher costs for schools as they now purchase smaller quantities at higher prices. Secretaries are now expected to handle returns, track warranties, obtain quotes, and enter new budget codes, all while assuring that the budgets are accurate. This is a lot to juggle, especially considering that they are already working full-time managing the school office. The new system has led to frequent issues with orders being canceled by the district without notice, forcing secretaries to re-enter the same orders repeatedly. Additionally, they are unable to see the final order amount with taxes until after the order is processed, making it difficult to track how much money is left in the budget. This lack of transparency and constant back and forth with canceled orders is taking up valuable time. On top of placing orders and managing budgets, secretaries are now required to check items as they arrive, scan packing slips, and email them to the district. Unfortunately, months later, they are still receiving emails stating that the packing slips were not received and that the district is delaying payments for invoices, despite the fact that invoices were sent on time. They are now doing what feels like a full-time job in purchasing, accounting, and inventory management, tasks that were previously handled by the district office. The burden of this added workload is taking away from the time and energy they have to support the students and the staff at our schools. CVCEO sees the strain this is putting on our school secretaries, and we ask that the board to return the primary contact for vendors to purchasing, where they can be managed more effectively, and not the school secretaries. They are already stretched thin with their primary duties, and adding the responsibilities of buyers and accountants only takes away from supporting our schools in the way we need them to. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. I want to start off by recognizing all the site teachers of the year that were selected by their peers. I applaud the sites that took the opportunity to highlight the amazing work that our teachers do on a daily basis for our students. I extend my sincere gratitude and admiration to all who show up every day to ensure that our students have a safe, productive, and stimulating experience at school. I believe that we all share in this responsibility. All of our students deserve their school to be a safe space. We all owe that to our colleagues, to our students, and to our community members. That is why I wear a heart pin that shows my commitment to them as representative of the Chula Vista educators. My commitment is to students, to staff, and to community members to ensure that they know that they are safe with me. I will continue to work to ensure that our district is a place where we are all treated with respect, where we value equity for all, regardless of their race, gender, identity, ability, or resident status, and where they will be included and celebrated for their diverse backgrounds. I brought you all one so that you can join me in this commitment to making Chula Vista Elementary School District a safe place for all. I hope that you wear it as proudly as I do. Because while we celebrate the accomplishments across the district, we recognize that there is still much work to be done. Our students cannot thrive if they're hungry. Months ago, I brought up the concern of second chance breakfast being taken away, and yet we continue to allow our students to sit in our classrooms hungry and expect them to learn and behave. We continue to have playgrounds without slides in communities where they don't have access to parks. We focus on consistency in learning practices but fail to include social emotional learning in the conversation. We do need to take an honest look at areas that need improvement, and we look to you for your direction and support. Our students and staff cannot wait any longer. Tonight on the agenda, you will vote on reduction in staffing for the next school year. CVE believes that this is an unnecessary stress for our members since we are confident that they will be brought back. The system used by this district for projections does not work. It never has. It only creates staffing nightmares for human resources, a disruption to our school sites, and a lot of anxiety for staff. We urge you to look into how other districts around us make their projections so that we can improve our practices and avoid causing this disruption moving forward. CVE recognizes that the district is tasked with making difficult decisions about the budget. As advocates of community schools, we ask that you consider the pillars of shared leadership and parent engagement by uplifting the voices of the community, the students, and the staff to help guide these decisions. In a time when we are faced with serious budget cuts, we need an additional layer of input after the LCAP survey and the district's input tours to help prioritize the areas that rise to the surface. We want a more active role in these decisions that impact our working conditions and our students' learning conditions. We prioritize ensuring that our students have adequate access to supports around academics and mental health. Class size has a tremendous impact on this. There has been a lot of conversation about how to appropriately include our students with disabilities into general education settings. CVE stands firm behind our contract language around class size. That is because we believe that our students deserve to be in a space that provides them the best opportunity to learn and grow. This cannot happen if students are mainstreamed into classrooms that do not have sufficient desks, chairs, or materials for them. It does not happen when the teacher cannot provide the students with the individual attention that they need and deserve. The district's position on this is not only disappointing, but very concerning. It goes against all the work that we are doing around rigorous learning for all. We urge you to problem solve with us and commit to creating the best opportunities for our students. I want to thank Sharon Casey for working with us to find solutions around the issue of RSP caseloads. We had our first meeting today with a team tasked to find better practices to support our students with IEPs. CVE will continue to be open to collaborate with the district in finding solutions to some of these challenges that we face together. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Thank you. Good evening, President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and esteemed members of the board. On behalf of the Administrators Association Chula Vista, I'm pleased to share some good news that our consultation process with the district continued to move forward strongly and successfully this past month. We truly value having a voice at the table to be able to contribute the unique perspectives of school administrators on the district's plans, programs, and structures. Beyond consultation, AACV members also serve on multiple subcommittees, ensuring that our input is embedded at every level of decision-making. So that is very much appreciated. We are looking forward to the upcoming joint consultation with Chula Vista educators as we work alongside the district to give input on the details and the components of the rigorous Learning for All plan. AACV remains committed to ensuring that school leaders have a role in these discussions because we know that clear, well-structured policies and programs will only strengthen our district and move us towards lasting excellence. AACV is actually part of the American Federation of School Administrators. It's the only national labor union exclusively representing school administrators, professionals, and supervisors. The mission of both AACV and AFSA are to advocate for excellence and equity in our schools, our workplaces, and communities. I wanted to take this opportunity that both AACV and AFSA firmly believe in the power of public education as the cornerstone of our democracy. We stand firmly against any and all efforts to dismantle public education, whether through defunding, privatization, or policies that threaten the very foundation of equal opportunity for all students. For generations, public education has opened doors for children of all backgrounds, regardless of income or immigration status, and we are unwavering in our commitment to protect and strengthen it. We also recognize the real challenges that many of our students and families face due to immigration policies that create fear and uncertainty. As educators, we of course do not ask about our children's documentation status when they walk through our doors. We ask how we can support them, how we can help them learn, and make sure they feel safe. Every student in CVESD deserves to know that our schools are a place of belonging, not a place of fear. AACV was pleased to see the superintendent's recent communication reaffirming the safeguards we have in place to protect our students and families. These communities matter, and we will continue working with the district to ensure that every child in our school knows they are valued and supported. We hope for continued communication and enforcing of the policies to ensure that our school communities are safe places to learn and grow. Our schools are the heart of this community, and our greatest strength lies in our shared commitment to the students and families we serve. We will continue to stand for strong, well-funded public schools, the protection of our most vulnerable students, and a future where every child, no matter their background, has the opportunity to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to oral communications, Dr. Reyes, would you like to speak on the new composition of the dais?
Yes, so I would like to welcome two new members on the dais, which is going to be executive directors, Leilani Perez and Maria Montgomery. Welcome.
Welcome. In for some fun. Oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. We have 3 speakers. The first is Noel Cravens.
Hello, good evening. Just wanted to inquire on a timeline on when the new board members are going to have their official email addresses, and I also want to know if the emails that have been sent to the board have been forwarded to them. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Matthias.
Good evening. My name is Kim. I'm an ESN teacher at Macmillan. We've not had a principal since September. We thought she was supposed to come back in January, but we've heard nothing from the district, and we've heard nothing out from anyone else. Emails were sent out earlier in January, and nobody responded to any of the teachers that sent out those emails. Now, I believe communication is the foundation of trust, and right now that foundation is cracked. We're not here to demand every detail of what happened or why decisions were made, but I'm here to say that keeping the community, the teachers, the parents, the students in the dark it's not just frustrating, it's also disrespectful for us. We deserve to know what's happening, especially when it directly affects the education of the children at Macmillan. Trust is not given, it is built, and that's something that we teach our kids daily. And right now you're asking us to trust you, but you've not given us the basic courtesy of transparency. And that's not how trust works. If you want to repair the relationship between this board and the community at Macmillan, the people it serves, then communication needs to be a priority moving forward. But this isn't just about what's already happened, it's about what comes next. What is this district going to do to build back that trust? What concrete steps will you take to ensure that teachers, parents, and students are not just informed, but actively involved in the education and the future of our schools? And it's not enough to acknowledge the past missteps, the lack of communication. We also want action. Whether that means regular updates, community forums, open dialogue, something must change, because right now, the silence from the district is breeding uncertainty at Macmillan. Uncertainty breeds frustration, and frustration leads to division. And right now, we need a leader at Macmillan. We have someone that we love, but we need communication from you guys. And right now, you guys have an opportunity to change that, to show that you value Macmillan like any other school in the district. And please let us know what we can do to help, or at least let us be part of that decision. So right now, how will you guys help us?
Thank you. Corinne Izigzon.
Good evening, trustees, cabinet, and Dr. Reyes. My name is Corinne Isaacson, and I'm both a teacher and a parent at Arroyo Vista Charter School. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my staff and myself to address the complete lack of communication we received on January 24th, 2025, or as one of our staff calls it, Fire Friday. On the morning of January 24th, parents received 3 forms of communication around 6 a.m., a text, a phone call, and an email. The staff at my site, however, were not given the same courtesy. It was not until 7:30 a.m. that our administrator notified us by email that we had to report to the district office. To be clear, this was not my administrator's fault. This failure falls on the district. Because Arroyo Vista is not part of the district school cohorts, our administrator did not receive the same notification that the others did. In fact, while I sat at the bargaining table the following week, Mr. Romero admitted that only one school had been left out of the communication chain. Surprise, it was Arroyo Vista. His reasoning? Because we're a charter school and our staff are charter employees. Let me be very clear, that's false. The staff at Arroyo Vista are district employees, and as a district employee, we should have received the same notification as every other closed school. Then, during the safety meeting on February 4th, Mr. Romero once again confirmed Arroyo Vista was left out of the communication chain. This was not a simple oversight. This was a failure that had direct consequences for my staff. Because my staff was informed so late that we had to report to the district, many of us were left scrambling for childcare as our children's school was closed due to air quality concerns. The priority should have been the safety of our community, since we were the ones directly impacted by the fire. Yes, some of my staff were able to report and they were assigned to other sites, but many were not because of childcare conflicts, because their homes were in warning zones, or simply because by the time they checked their email, it was already past our reporting time. Despite these circumstances, the district took away a P&L day from us. That's completely unacceptable. The lack of communication failed us, and instead of accountability, we were penalized for it. I sent multiple emails that Friday. I reached out to Jason Romero, Angela Rosendale, Jorge Mora, Trustee Tamayo, Ugarte, and Dominguez Cervantes. And I do want to acknowledge that Trustee Dominguez Cervantes responded and forwarded my email to Dr. Reyes. In my email, I shared pictures of the fire from my 4-year-old twin's bedroom window. I shared photos of the belongings that I packed in case we had to evacuate, and I also shared Sweetwater's message to their staff, which explicitly stated that they would not be penalized for not reporting to work that day. When I brought this up to Mr. Romero, his response was I should be lucky that CVE bargained those 3 P&L days for us, because Sweetwater employees don't get those extra days. Let me be very clear. I'm absolutely grateful for those who have bargained before me. I know exactly how much work it takes to write contract language and to fight for our working conditions. And because this situation impacted me and so many of my staff, contract language has now been written into the safety article to address natural disasters like fires. This isn't our first fire, and we know it won't be our last. So I'm calling on you, trustees, to restore the P&L day that my staff lost due to the district's failure in communication. Let's not repeat this failure. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, point of privilege. Dr. Reyes, I thought we fixed this issue.
Mr. Romero?
Thank you, President Ugarte, Governing Board, and Dr. Reyes. The district met with CVE, the district being myself and Dr. Reyes. One of the methods we did to support our staff was we rectified the situation by employees that were living in the yellow or red zones would be their P&L day would be reinstated. And so communication was sent out today notifying everyone that that would be the case. Through Giovanna, we received a few emails in response to that and some of the questions on how that would be done. So we did say that it would be about 30 days to restore that P&L day, because we're going to be looking at that data to make sure that it supports what the decision that was made.
Mr. Romero, is this for Arroyo only or for all the schools?
All the school sites.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was Arroyo also notified in that email?
Ms.
Thank you. Oral presentation and written reports. District Safety Health Update, Mr. Romero.
President Ugarte, Governing Board members, and our Superintendent, Dr. Reyes, and community, it's my pleasure to report today on our safety update for the month of February. So one of the things that we are looking at is making sure that we're just keeping up to date with some of our best practices. So we have heating pads at our school sites that are used for various reasons. And so some of the concerns that were brought up at our safety meeting was how hot do these pads get? If they're outdated and old, and the cleanliness of these pads. These signs did go up, and we shared these signs at our last presentation meeting. One of the things that we're still ensuring as the safest practice is our what we call bell to bell, which is access to our campus from when the first bell rings to the last bell rings, from the start of the school day to the end of the school day. We got some quotes on some buzzer systems, and we're excited to be rolling those out for the 25-26 school year, but more on that to come. So on February 5th, there was a strong school smell at multiple school sites. Some of the school sites in our west side, the calls came in to our safety team and facility team. We were working with our school principals to make sure that we're implementing the safest practices and the protocols on how to respond to that. One of the things that we're making sure that we prioritize is their use of EJICs for that. But they did conclude that the smells were coming from the area we know as the Tijuana River. So board policy 5145.13, the district response to immigration enforcement. There was a staff meeting that was presented, and we did inform our staff on what that board policy is. So Border 2 fire response, this was, one thing we heard today that it wasn't the first and definitely won't be the last, and we did learn a lot from that. So this is just a timeline of how things occurred. One of the things that we do want to make sure that at one of our school sites, Arroyo Vista, we did have a break in communication with that school site because our school sites are zoned by areas, and our charter schools weren't part of that communication. We've now fixed that issue with that, but that was something that we learned from this incident. We still have multiple communication methods that we use, such as email, text, and phone, but we're wanting to make sure that our charter schools are part of that because as charter schools have their own body of oversight, we do want to make sure that they're aligned with Chula Vista. So that was one of the takeaways that we had from that. But this is a continuation of the timelines that took place for the Border 2 fire response. We are currently working with one of our labor groups, CVE, to memorialize some language on what to do as these incidents occur. We haven't finalized that language, and it will be part of our continued negotiations that take place next week. Questions?
Any questions or comments from the board?
I have a question. With President Ugarte, with the smell that they mentioned, I've known that other cities like Imperial Beach or Coronado are deeming that it might be like a health risk. Are we doing anything or providing any guidance in that?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Romero?
Yeah, so currently we are not actively advocating such as they are. So one of the things I know that they've talked about was providing the residents of that area air purifiers. If that's something that the board would like Dr. Reyes to explore, he can reach out to the city and see if that's something that would be of interest to them.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I just have a question or comment. So just to reiterate, the charters will be added to safety announcements and anything that the district has to pass as an emergency?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. In regards to the filters, it's some kind of a lottery. I know my sister lives in that area, and even though she fell into the senior citizen, being sick and all that, she still didn't get one. So that might be something we might consider for those areas that we have, as we've monitored before, or that I asked that we monitor the air quality there because of the sewage coming over. So I don't know where we are with that. I know you were checking on that. That's one point. And another point that on that same also the smells, the quality, the safety, the health. Sweetwater Reservoir. I'd like to request President Ugarte if this concern I'm going to bring up, if you would consider it to be addressed in an urgent manner. I don't know what the protocol is as a norm, but just keeping that in mind, let me share. And I don't think it can wait another month for it to get on the agenda. As background, it's been reported that the Sweetwater Authority, which supplies roughly 200,000 customers in Chula Vista, we're one of the customers. Okay, especially on the west side and surrounding communities, they learned last month that its main reservoir contains levels of toxic industrial chemical that could require extensive treatment or necessitate decommissioning the reservoir entirely. Justin Brazil, he's the director of water quality for Sweetwater Authority, said, quote, "We don't have treatment in place for PFAS chemicals," and said, "Our options right now are we could take the reservoir out of service or blend reservoir water with uncontaminated water bought from outside agencies." PFASs are chemicals that are a class of industrial chemicals used in everyday products, ranging from electronic devices to fire retardants. They're known as forever chemicals. One of the chemicals, a PFOA, was found in the Sweetwater Reservoir and has been linked to health hazards, including pregnancy complications, liver damage, and cancer. It is a carcinogenic to humans. I've been raising this alert about the quality of water there and our presence with having conversations. And I believe Dr. Reyes shared that he met with someone at Sweetwater before, but I don't think they're taking us seriously. Our staff and our children, I mean, even if we're not bringing up the fact that there's residents there, Chula Vista, the city should be looking at that as all, but we have a responsibility to our staff and our students that are drinking that water. And that's very much of a concern to me. And it's been for almost a year, if not longer, that I've been raising this concern since it came up to our attention. And I just don't know what else, President Ugarte, we can do to press this matter to an urgency level. We're drinking carcinogens.
Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, so it's a complicated issue because we're two different entities. However, what comes to mind possibly is if this the board's direction is to write some kind of resolution. I don't know if that's the route that the board wants.
Is there like a cease and desist type of approach? We have legal. This is serious. This is their drinking water. The children run to or they refill their thermoses. Our staff is bringing their water jugs to fill up the water, and it's just rather serious.
So when you say assist and desist,
That
Of
they
what-
have to
of
do
what?
I don't know. Somebody figure. I'm not the expert. I just know that this is very serious. We can't keep drinking this water.
Can we look into the fact that, I trust your information, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, just, the quality, I've got to imagine that they're not going to push forward the levels, what they're using. I know with the air quality, they have certain levels that the county puts out with regard to health risks when we have those pollutants in the air. Do we have something with regard to water that we can look into?
yeah, I'm just.
I know we're not experts in that
Well,
area.
no, the reason why
but
I'm
we
pausing
know.
is just for the fact that we're completely separate entities. We have no.
But we're the customer. We pay
Correct.
water
So-
bills, right?
So, not sure if we go directly with them or maybe have conversations with the city or do a resolution. So.
What would the resolution really do? Just
Well,
stop it?
So a resolution declares a stance on how the district feels about a certain topic.
Do we need to go present it at do you need to go present it at one of their meetings? How does that work so that they're informed that they need to take action?
One of the things that we could do is if the board, again, this is for discussion
Sure.
for the board to give me direction. If we do a resolution, and I would like to know what type of, what would be on the resolution. And based on that, I bring it forward, the board, edits it or provides additional comments, so, approves it, and then a copy of the resolution can be sent to that agency.
'Cause we have, how many schools does the Sweetwater Authority? That's quite a few, right? Don't they have Bonita?
It's
Yeah, it's
All the west
most
side
of the west
schools?
sides.
most of the west side schools, and then I imagine that Sweetwater schools is also impacted by this. So maybe it's a conversation that we need to have, not just with the Sweetwater Authority. It's also a conversation we need to have with the city about what are they going to do to mitigate this, because yes, they can try to mix water and to lower the levels, but at the end of the day, there has to be a stronger filtration system in place, and I don't know if filtration system at a school site is cost effective, but there might be a way to, in conversations with Sweetwater School District, to do a class action lawsuit.
Because if we don't sue, they're going to sue us. The community, I would. If I was sitting on that other side and drinking that water, I'd be really angry. I agree with you, Trustee Tamayo. We have to look at this in a more serious matter because it is a serious health risk.
So I think the direction at this point would be, let's have a conversation with the Sweetwater School District and the city to see what pathways we can have to mitigate the toxicity levels of the water that has been found, and with the mindset that if there's no resolution, we would consider a class action lawsuit.
Yeah, and obviously, if they're willing to
If
be
they're-
part of
yeah.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
If they're willing.
Correct. Right.
Thank you, Trustee Ugarte.
Mr. Pong, are we doing any testing, or where are we with that?
So we have our environmental consultant, TNT, that we just met with earlier last week. We just had to identify on the maps the areas that we're testing. So we'll be moving forward with testing the water at the school sites. But because there's so many tests that we have to do, we'll be testing them about 6 or 7 at a time. So we'll be having some results.
I do know that if you're only looking for lead and you don't find
Right.
lead, you think it's okay. I think you need to speak with the analysts that came across these carcinogenics to see what they're looking for, and it probably needs to be a little broader than
So they'll
most
be
would think.
searching for lead and any other pathogens.
Carcinogens too.
Hmm.
Thank you, Mark.
I
If
have
you
a
don't mind
question.
forwarding that report also, I'll search for it too.
Right, because they were also, TNT was also supposed to be checking the air quality as far in regards to the Tijuana sewage coming over, right?
Yeah.
How soon do you think, Dr. Reyes, this would, we get some results?
Well, so a lot of it depends on the other agencies. So I can set up meetings with, I can connect with both the city and Sweetwater this week. Now, based on those conversations, then it would be the next step. Not sure where they're going to be with this, or where the city is with this, or other neighboring districts is with this. And then based on that, so in 2 weeks, we have another board meeting. So I can give you an update on where are we with the conversations that we had with the city and with Sweetwater.
Right. And in the meantime, since we're aware of this, should we not be notifying our schools to have, I don't know what, but we can't let them keep drinking the water when we know that there's an issue with them. What can we do to, I mean, obviously, it has to be a managed message, but
So
the communities did need to know.
So we need to be careful with messaging the community, don't drink the water, because we're not the authority of the water. So
That's, yeah.
yeah.
That's why I was asking with regard about what standards of quality is the Sweetwater Authority using to get the water, have us drinking the water. They're still.
And you know what I'll do is I'm also gonna schedule a meeting with folks from Sweetwater Authority, because we got to be able to connect with them as well.
Right, you should speak to he's the one that's been quoted. He analyzes the water. He's the one that was quoted.
And I do agree that the messaging probably should come from the Sweetwater Authority about if they found this, or if these numbers hold, then they should be messaging people on what steps to take to
Correct.
protect themselves. So I think it would be great to have that conversation with whoever in Sweetwater Authority or the
It's
person.
Justin Brazil, Director of Water Quality for Sweetwater Authority.
And then maybe work with them to, if notifications need to go out, to have them send those notifications. That way we can take appropriate steps at the school site level on whatever that messaging is that we provide bottled water, we provide additional filters or whatever it is, but based on their communication.
Okay.
I had a question on the report, the environmental report. When do we get results, and when can we find how bad it is?
The environmental report, the one that is being done by
Yes.
Mr. Pong, while he said 6 to 7 schools at a time, and that's going to take, I guess, over the course of time, it's going to be lengthy, right? I mean,
I believe it takes about 2 weeks to get results on a specimen.
Thank you.
And what we can do
Start
is
on the west side.
So correct, yes. And as we get the results, Mr. Pong, do me a favor. As we get the results for each cohort of 6 schools, go ahead and put them as you get the results, put them on the board update. That way you're getting every week some,
Live.
different schools.
That's good.
any other questions or comments regarding the safety report from Mr. Romero? All right. Report on the results of the California School Dashboard, Ms. Morales.
Thank you, President Ugarte. I'd like to introduce Mrs. Estrada, our Coordinator of Assessment Accountability and Teacher Induction, who will be providing us the report on the dashboard tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. Good evening, President Ugarte, Board of Trustees, Dr. Reyes, and Cabinet. This evening, I am presenting an overview of the 2024 California School Dashboard, which will be highlighting key indicators and what they mean for our district. The data that you will see in this presentation is representative of the 2023-2024 school year. The school dashboard is California's accountability system and tracks how well districts and schools meet the needs of diverse students using various performance measures. The dashboard also helps to identify strengths and areas for improvement and determines eligibility for areas of support such as differentiated assistance through local control funding formula and additional targeted support and improvement, or ATSI, through Every Student Succeeds Act. There are two new additions to the California dashboard this year. The first one being science is now a state indicator on the dashboard, and we have a new student group of long-term English learners that you will see on the dashboard. It's important to understand how the colors are determined, and so when we're looking at the performance, there are two factors: status, which is ranging from very low to very high, and change, ranging from declined significantly to increased significantly. The performance level or color is determined by the point in which these two factors intersect. When looking at a dashboard 5x5 grid, we do want to be cautious and not to look at the color alone because growth does matter. For example, a school with medium performance that is improving is more promising than one with high performance that is significantly declining. In short, the 5x5 grid provides valuable context, but growth and change over time are just as important when we are assessing progress. So there are two sets of indicators on the California dashboard, and the first one is our state indicator. And these assess key areas like academic performance, English language proficiency, chronic absenteeism, and suspension. These help identify the strengths and areas of need for us to focus on, not just as a district or a school, but also at the student group level. The second set of indicators are our local indicators. The local indicators include basic conditions, implementation of state standards, parent engagement, school climate, and access to a broad course of study. Local indicators are self-reported through the use of a reflection tool and focus on aspects that are locally important for student success. The local indicators also serves to inform our planning with our local control and accountability plan. California Ed Code does require specific student groups to be reported to the dashboard, and by looking at these groups separately, it helps us to identify achievement gaps and track progress for underserved or historically marginalized students and populations. There are some indicators that you will see will not have a color assigned to it, and this is usually because the student group size is smaller than 30. So for privacy reasons, they do not report the color on those, okay? Now, it's important to note the differences between looking at test results for LPAC and CASP on the public reporting site, and then the comparison of that to the California dashboard. The test results for California's assessment website reports the number and percent of students within each achievement level, assigned a 1, 2, 3, or 4. The California dashboard reports the average of all students' distance from standard scores, and that is based on students who are continuously enrolled. On the dashboard, distance from standard measures how far a student's performance is from meeting the state's threshold. It shows the distance between that score known as level 3 or standard met. Here's an example: 5th grade math. A score of 25-28 is needed to meet standard or a level 3, as indicated by the green arrow on the screen. If a student scores 2,500, then they are 28 points below that threshold, and their distance from standard is a negative 28. If a student scores 2,568, they are 40 points above the threshold with a distance from standard of positive 40. And so the way that you will see this reported on the California dashboard is each of the indicator cards, here's an example up on the screen for you, will report the average of all students' distance from standard. So in this case, this example is 4.5 points above standard. So now that I've given you a little background on how the dashboard works, I'm happy to present to you our results for CVESD on the 2024 school dashboard. And again, the data that you will see in these slides is coming from last year, 23-24 school year. So the dashboard landing page gives us a clear view of performance for district and schools. Here you will see CVESD's overview, which includes state indicators, local indicators, and population and demographic information. The 2024 dashboard state indicators for CVESD reveal notable progress and areas for focus. English language arts saw an improvement marked by a green indicator with increased score of 8.8 points above the distance from standard. Math maintained its performance indicated in yellow, and English learner progress is at 49%, reflected with an orange indicator. The science indicator does not yet include color for the 2024 dashboard. Chronic absenteeism has decreased by 7.2%, with both chronic absenteeism and suspension rates showing yellow indicators. These results offer valuable insights as we continue to support student success across the district. For our local indicators, the dashboard indicates CVESD has met standard for all areas of the local indicators, including basics, implementation of standards, parent and family engagement, local climate survey, and access to a broad course of study. As I mentioned earlier, the 5x5 placement grid is used to assess or display the performance of schools and in districts across various indicators. This grid combines current performance or status with year-over-year changes and categorize that information into 5 levels: blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. The 5x5 grid that you see here is showing English language arts and the placement of our schools. CVESD English language arts 5x5 report shows that we have 0 schools in red. Also, none of our CVESD schools are in the very low status. We have 10 schools in orange, 9 in yellow, 17 in green, and 6 in blue. Overall, CVESD as a district has increased at the medium level with the green indicator assigned. Here you see the 5x5 placement grid for mathematics. CVESD's grid reports that 0 schools are in red. Again, none of our schools are in the very low status. 14 of our schools are in orange, 11 in yellow, 15 in green, and 2 in blue. Overall, as a district, CVESD maintained the medium status in mathematics with the yellow indicator assigned. So at this time, I'd like to present a comparison between the 2023 and 2024 dashboard. The numbers that you see in each one of these little quadrant squares represents the number of our schools that fell within that area. In 2023, CVESD had 26 schools for English language arts achieve either high or very high status and increased or significantly increased in English language arts. In 2024, we had 32 schools achieve either high or very high status and increased or significantly increased in English language arts. As a district, ELA was our focus last year, and the positive change indicated here on the 5x5 grid highlights the impact of that effort. Let's take a look at the same for mathematics. In 2023, CVESD had 27 schools achieve either high or very high and increased or significantly increased in mathematics. In 2024, we had 24 schools achieve either high or very high status and increase or significantly increased. As a district, we acknowledge areas for growth in mathematics and are hard at work strategically and intentionally addressing these challenges through school site plans for student achievement, turnaround leadership plans at every school site. The focus of mathematics, you will hear later on, is embedded within our LCAP, and we have ongoing professional development for teachers in the area of mathematics happening, actually finishing up this week. At this time, I'd like to highlight 2 of our schools and put a spotlight on just 2 examples of the amazing work that's happening throughout our district. We're proud to share these examples where significant growth has been achieved through the focused efforts of not only our students, our teachers, but also our administrators. The first school I'd like to highlight is Harborside Elementary. In 2023, Harborside Elementary had 7 indicators in red impacting 5 student groups. In 2024, that has decreased to just 1 student group. The comparison graphics show a significant decrease in orange, an increase in yellow, reflecting positive growth. Harborside Tigers have made impressive strides, increasing 7.4 points in math and 13.7 points in language arts, while also reducing their chronic absenteeism rate by 11.3%. As a result of their hard work and progress, Harborside is no longer identified as an ATSI school. The next school that I would like to highlight is Valley Vista Elementary. In 2023, Valley Vista Elementary had 5 indicators for student groups in red. In 2024, they have none.
That's great.
The 5x5 comparison graphics show a significant decrease in orange, an increase in yellow, along with 4 groups now in blue and 3 in green. The Valley Vista Vikings have made an outstanding progress, increasing 7.4 points in math and 28.1 points in English language arts, while also reducing their chronic absenteeism by 11.3%. We're incredibly proud of all of their accomplishments, and I think they deserve an applause as well. Now I'd like to share with you a local comparison of school districts in our area. Out of the 7 local districts listed, CVESD stands out as the only district with a green indicator in English language arts, and the only district that is above standard for English language arts by 8.8 points. Our district also had the highest increase in English language arts among our local district, rising 4.3 points. In mathematics, we maintained with the yellow indicator and are the closest district to meeting the standard, just 16 points away, versus local districts ranging from 39 to 84 points. When looking at science, CVESD, again, is the closest to meeting standard, 9 points away compared to local districts ranging from 12 to 25 points. While 6 out of the 7 districts listed declined in the English Language Progress Indicator, or ELPI, CVESD has the highest percentage of students making progress at 48.6%. In conclusion, the data presented on the California dashboard provides us with valuable information to impact our goals and priorities as a district, and directly is related to our planning around our LCAP, which you will hear more about this evening. But at this time, I thank you for your time and welcome any questions about the California dashboard.
Questions from the board or comments?
Go ahead. Oh. Could we have a copy of the PowerPoint, please?
Absolutely, yes, we'll make sure that gets sent.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, board update, Friday update.
Sounds good.
I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing job.
Yeah. Yes, congratulations. The congratulations goes to the teachers, the staff, the classifieds, the supporting, the principals, trying to catch everything. I really appreciate you, and that's wonderful. I mean, that's what we've been asking for. But I always also want to see in the future, I don't know at what point you can, is what are we doing for those schools that are struggling, that that we know we get that average up there is because there's some schools that are really excelling. And then there's these other schools that need some more support. If you could share with us, what are we doing to support those schools?
So like I mentioned, all of the data that was presented here is looked over and is strategically and intentionally included into our LCAP. So you will hear some of that information later on this evening. But one of the things that is happening is site leaders have all created a turnaround leadership plan looking specifically at the data reflective of their school site and having that focus. For example, if there's a school that may have been declining slightly in language arts, they may have selected that as their focus. So they're working with their teachers, professional learning cycles, going through classrooms, or NCUS walks might be focused on that too. We are digging into data to identify trends. As you can see, there's a lot there. So we're happy to provide you with more in an update as well.
All right. And is there a mechanism that specific schools can reach out to you directly and say, you know what, we need a total makeover, come in here?
Well, schools can reach out to me anytime they like. I have an open door policy, but I think that is reflective of all of our teams as well. And I can speak for instructional services. We work very closely with our sites, and I know that there's a lot happening with Ms. Morales as well.
So that's a great question. It's a core focus right now of our leadership and learning team. I just want to also say that we have one of the principals, Valley Vista's principals, Ms. Roman is here. So I'm going to recognize you. I know Mr. Aparicio couldn't come tonight. But one of the things that we've worked really hard to create is a support structure for our leaders that then hopefully trickles down to the staff members of the school sites, the teachers and the classified staff. So what we do at the beginning of the year through a common data analysis protocol, we look at the data of all of the school site with our school leaders. And then our senior directors who coach with me, and then our NCUS coaches, they develop intervention plans that we call them TLAP plans, but they're turnaround leadership action plans. They're based on data and actions to be able to support the increase in whatever area is needed at the school site. We also, as a leadership and learning team, we have different levels of support that we give our schools. So we really wanted to highlight Harborside tonight, because we do think that it is indicative of when we are able to channel our support and our resources, we see movement in those schools. And so it inspires us to be able to do more.
And that's the point I was trying to make, that was the direction to do that focus, that makeover, and it worked. So how can we multiply you guys by 1,000 to go out and help those other schools? Every school has a different dynamic, and that dynamic may be contributing to them not as excelling as much as they would like to, as much as the staff would like them to, because the dynamics, the absenteeism, the parents not being engaged, and just the different dynamics that happen. And I'm hoping to see that this action plan get out there more to more of the other schools. Thank you. Congratulations to the staff, the classified, and the certificated, and our principals. Thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations to Harborside. It's amazing to see that positive change for a school that needed additional help, needed additional resources, and to focus and think outside the box a little bit on how we're delivering instruction and how we're supporting the students there. So congratulations to the staff and to the principal. Same with the principal that's here. Maybe she wants to share a little bit of what. Yes, I'm going to put her on the spot. I mean, let's have her 5 minutes of fame, right? We know it's not the water, so what is it that you're doing that is magical over there?
He's got jokes.
I got jokes.
It's absolutely the teams that we have. It's our school team, and it's also with the collaboration with our district leaders and their team. At our school in particular, from previous years, we've worked closely with even our district resource teachers. We are a dual language schools wide, and so there's been a lot of good work, but it all comes down to working collaboratively and working as a team.
Well, thank you for that hard work, and please extend our gratitude to your team and let them know that we see you and we value that work that you're doing every day to change the lives of those students that are in your schools, and hopefully we can use what we learn from your two schools to impact other schools that need additional help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right now, I can't tell you how happy I am, because it's coming to the end of, or not the end, but seeing the fruition of the hard work, that collaboration. When we talk about community schools and we talk about the spirit of it and we talk about sustaining it, we are sustaining it without the funding necessary through collaboration. And both, I know all of our labor leaders have talked about that collaborative effort, whether it's PD for classified that Ms. Reed talks about, whether it's the collaboration that our principal lead talks about. And I know that for all the time that I've been here, Ms. Martinez has talked about that and really worked to get that leadership. And when you see that at a site, these are the results. And so it's nice to be here in this second term to see where that started, because I came here during the pandemic when things were no bueno. And to see that these schools, and to see that we don't have the red, that we are moving, even if it's in one particular area. I saw some sites did really well in English language arts, which shows that focus makes a difference, but then they maybe they didn't do so well in mathematics. And so I hope we refocus those efforts. And I hear from from teachers and from principals that the support that the district is giving with the NCUS walks and having that support available to them, being able to call, has really made a difference. So thank you for all of your work. You made this very easy to understand. I mean, I can speak for myself, and we very much appreciate the work. Thank you. All right, we are going to move to item 13, both A and B. And it is the first reading and possible second reading for the renewal of the Arroyo Vista Charter School petition. Mr. Romero.
Thank you. It's our pleasure to bring forward our Arroyo Vista Charter School leadership today. As a charter school that is a dependent charter school, we have agreements that are made and brought forward to the board in two processes. In the past, we've looked at these and made it all in one day, but it's up to the board on how we proceed. So it's with pleasure today that I bring forward Mary Margaret. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, CVESD Board President Ugarte, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, Trustee Tamayo, Trustee Tolston, and the CVESD Executive Cabinet. My name is Mary Margaret Landers, and I'm honored to be the principal at Arroyo Vista Charter School and the presenter this evening on behalf of the Arroyo Vista students, families, and staff as we share our charter renewal petition for a 5-year term from July 2025 through June 2030. Arroyo Vista Charter School opened in 1999 as a district school serving students in grades kindergarten through 6th grade and converted to a charter school in 2002 due to a high level of interest from the community and staff. Arroyo Vista added our dual immersion program in 2005 with kindergarten and 1st grade and continued to add a grade each year until we had a complete strand. Arroyo Vista Charter Middle School opened in 2011 with 7th grade, and we added 8th grade in 2012. Our English-only transitional kindergarten program opened in 2014. We added a 50-50 dual immersion TK program in 2022 to support our youngest learners interested in our K-6 dual immersion program. Arroyo Vista currently serves 914 students in grades TK through 8. 18% of our student population come from military families. We are proud of our military students and thank their families for their service. Our target group populations are as follows: 16% English learners, 12% students with disabilities, 2% foster homeless, and 28% socioeconomically disadvantaged. Our diverse student population is supported by an amazing teaching staff, and in addition, a military family life counselor, school psychologists, a special education team, and instructional assistants for academic support. The highlights of the Arroyo Vista program include our visual and performing arts program, dual immersion program, our middle school, and our teams program for grades 1 through 6. All students participate in our visual and performing arts program, where they learn from specialists in the area of music, drama, and visual arts. Student performances occur throughout the school year for families to enjoy. Our 90-10 dual immersion program is a two-way language model designed to develop bilingualism and biliteracy in Spanish and English. Our middle school provides core subject instruction, including Spanish, for all students based on language level, and a variety of electives, including speech and debate, kitchen science, yearbook, space science, photography, and outdoor sports. The TEAMS program creates a vibrant learning community by bringing together cross-age student groups. These teams foster meaningful relationships, promote character development, and engage students in community projects. Our charter renewal process has been a 2-year endeavor. School staff worked in small groups to review each element of the charter and made suggestions on changes. Community members provided input on priorities through surveys and during parent leadership group meetings. Our charter rewrite team compiled all the input from stakeholders and made revisions and additions. Many of the additions are legislative requirements from the state of California. Those additions will be highlighted as each element is presented. The highest priorities for our community based on survey results were our visual and performing arts program, student academic support, and our dual immersion and middle school programs. Our mission as members of the AVCS staff are to foster a vibrant learning community where collaboration, communication, and relationships are our daily focus. We are guided by our team philosophy. Together, everyone achieves more. As educators, we are partners with our families to ensure their children reach their full potential as scholars and citizens. We recognize that each student comes to us with a unique set of experiences, abilities, and needs, and we actively work to ensure that all students receive the resources, support, and opportunities they need to thrive. We aspire to nurture learners who engage in critical thinking, embrace creativity, and approach challenges with flexibility and resilience. By fostering a growth mindset, we empower students to become adaptable and innovative thinkers who are prepared to navigate an ever-changing world. Our comprehensive TK through 8th grade program nurtures the social, emotional, and physical development of every student, fostering a balanced approach to achieving academic excellence. By prioritizing reading, writing, and problem solving across all academic disciplines, we equip students with the necessary skills to clarify their thinking, process ideas, and to communicate their understanding. This focus prepares students to become lifelong independent learners and empowers them with the skills needed for future success in higher education and the workforce. Arroyo Vista Charter School encompasses many programs. We were honored to receive a Department of Defense grant for a STEAM studio due to our military-connected population last year. Our studio is opening this month in an integrated space in our library, and our mobile carts can also be used in classrooms. Students use the design thinking process, which incorporates 5 key elements: empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test to develop solutions to problems. Staff members have received professional development from the CVESD Innovation Team, and our students are excited to create solutions to a variety of problems. Our Visual and Performing Arts program continues to expand as we started a beginning band program for our middle school students this semester. Students were excited to make their first sounds on flutes, trumpets, trombones, and the tuba just last week. Our dual immersion program has expanded due to community interest, and we now have 2 DI classes in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. Arroyo Vista Charter School measures student outcomes through clearly defined goals that align with our curriculum and adhere to national, state, and local standards. Our short-term objectives and annual goals are aligned with our LCAP and guide our efforts to enhance student achievement for all students, with a particular focus on underperforming target groups. Student monitoring meetings with teachers and administration provide time to discuss student progress and develop action plans to ensure student growth in academics and social-emotional learning. Arroyo Vista is committed to a team approach when making school decisions. All certificated staff members serve on one of our 3 governing committees. Our committees include CIA, Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment, MTSS, Multi-Tiered Systems of Support, and Partnerships. Classified team members are welcome to join any school committee. Our governing board is team council, and we have parity with staff and community members to ensure that all decisions are jointly decided. Our community members meet the legislative requirement, and we will welcome a CVESD member to our board if appointed. School administration works collaboratively with the CVESD HR department on behalf of all staff members with regards to employee qualifications, retirement benefits, and return rights, since all staff members are CVESD employees. This is a unique partnership with CVESD based on an agreement determined in 2002 when AVCS converted from a district school to a charter school. AVCS administration follows the CVE and CVCEO contracts on behalf of all staff members. There are many new health and safety requirements required by the state of California for the upcoming school years. AVCS will comply with all new legislative requirements starting in July 2025. Arroyo Vista will include a suicide prevention policy for our middle school students in our comprehensive school safety plan. Prior to July 2026, AVCS will provide an all-gender restroom for voluntary student use. Mental health education, sexual health education, and HIV prevention education will be taught explicitly during physical education health classes for all 7th and 8th graders, beginning with the 2025-2026 school year. At the beginning of each school year, AVCS will distribute a notice to families addressing California's child gun access prevention laws and laws related to firearm safety as required by the state of California. Arroyo Vista Charter School seeks to maintain a racial, ethnic, special education, and English learner balance within its student population. Admission preference is given to students within the AVCS boundary area in compliance with the CVESD Schools of Choice policy. Parents and guardians may request a zone transfer to AVCS for grades TK through 6 from other schools in CVESD. Arroyo Vista Charter Middle School admission is based on a lottery system with priority given to students residing in the AVCS boundary area. Legal requirements are currently implemented at AVCS with a random drawing for interested students for our middle school and dual immersion programs. AVCS administration works collaboratively with the CVESD budget and accounting departments to ensure that all allocated charter funds are spent according to state guidelines within the respective timelines. AVCS is grateful for the partnership with Lisa Waller, CVESD charter accountant. The collaboration and partnership assists school administration with meeting funding guidelines and completing state-required reporting. Arroyo Vista Charter School meets the requirement of fiscal responsibility for our 5-year renewal. Our fiscal plan for the years 2024 through 2027 shows that we have the funds necessary to meet staffing requirements and program interests of our school community. As AVCS navigates changes in grants and funding sources in the upcoming years, our school team will ensure that programs continue based on community and staff input. AVCS performed above standard in both English language arts and math in 2023, as shown by our dashboard data. Arroyo Vista is extremely proud of our continued academic achievement with our 2024 CASP scores. 79.8% of our students met or exceeded standards in English language arts, continuing with the highest score on the dashboard, and 58.9% of our students met or exceeded in math, continuing with a score of green. We were 51.6% above standard in English language arts and 16.2 points above standard in math for 2024. Our school team is focused on improving our math scores with targeted instruction in all grades. We recognize the needs of our English learners to continue to grow in all academic areas. We did receive a score of green on the dashboard for 2024, but acknowledge that only 50% of our ELs are showing progress. Arroyo Vista will continue to fund a full-time English language instructional assistant to support students identified as newcomers, emerging, and expanding English learners. Our team knows that with a combination of designated and integrated ELD, in addition to small group support, our students will continue to grow in their acquisition of the English language. Chronic absenteeism is an area of continued growth for Arroyo Vista. Our school team works with families to ensure all students are at school on time every day to ensure their success. Arroyo Vista Charter School celebrates our areas of strength and is committed to improvement in the previously mentioned areas. Before I answer questions from the Board of Education, I'd like to recognize the Arroyo Vista staff and community members in attendance here tonight in support of this petition.
I'm guessing we have no speakers on this item. Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board?
I have a comment. I just want to say congratulations. I guess we're telling on myself that I'm proud to be part of that community, and I acknowledge, and just like we did with the previous dashboard presentation, you all do an amazing job. Arroyo Vista and the rest of these schools are something that we are so grateful for. Personally, as we've told our story, we've received all of the support and everything we've ever needed for my family and my son to thrive. So thank you, and again, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have a comment also. Congratulations on I wrote down 79.8 on ELA and 58.5 on math. So those are really good numbers. And whatever you guys are doing, we need to multiply that to the rest of our schools. And for the English learners, what is one of the barriers you see? And I see that you mentioned that you guys actually bringing in specialty help. But do you want to just elaborate? Yeah.
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. I think one of the things that we do see with our English learners, our dual immersion program is absolutely exceptional, but we are relooking at how English instruction is taught within that program to really ensure that the reading foundational skills that students need in the area of literacy start in kindergarten. It is a 90-10 model, and we believe wholeheartedly in that model for our students. But there's some things that we need to refine and relook at as far as ensuring that students are receiving foundational skills starting in those primary grades. When we look at our school data for upper grades, more through 3rd grade through 6th grade, it's a combination. We are located in Eastlake, but we welcome newcomers to our school just like every other school in the district. And so we have brought in additional instructional assistants to support the academic achievement of those students, and for our students that are still expanding their language skills in upper grade English only classes. We have an amazing full-time English language instructional assistant. Arroyo funds additional time for her so that she's not just supporting LPAC testing, but she is able to support small group instruction when it's not the testing window. Right now, obviously, it is LPAC testing season, so we're doing testing in the morning, and she is still working with small groups of students in the afternoon.
Sounds great.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about the instructional assistants that you're using to support your teachers.
Absolutely. So Arroyo Vista, as a charter school, is very fortunate to receive our own LCAP funding. And so one of the goal areas of our LCAP is academic support. So Arroyo Vista funds 4 full-time instructional assistants to support students in kindergarten through 6th grade in the areas of English language arts and mathematics. We've written very targeted goals for our LCAP in order to use that funding to support those additional adults. Those adults are supervised by the classroom teachers. They push in support in all classrooms. Teachers prepare additional materials for students that are striving to meet grade level standards. And so the classroom teacher is still the supervisor of the instructional assistant, but the instructional assistant is in the classroom working with small groups of students that still need additional support in ELA and mathematics.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing such details about your programs. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other board comments or questions?
No, but I do want to say thank you. My son was part of Arroyo's charter for the middle school, so he benefited from that program. And now, thanks to all of you, he's very successful at Olympian High School. I think that you have shown that you deserve this renewal. Normally, I would make the motion, but being that Trustee Tolson is resident there.
Do I get to say anything?
No.
I just wanted to thank you for such a detailed, a very thorough job of presenting the information. And if someone would like to make the motion to approve the charter renewal.
I make the motion to approve the charter with a comment. My grandson started there in 1999, and he went on to be a nuclear engineer.
Wow.
Thank you. The other 2 grandkids are, the second, his brother, got a full scholarship at USD, full academic scholarship. The other ones, 2 more, they went on to college. One's already finished and works for a law firm. The other one is finishing up college. Thank you, Arroyo.
Of course.
So I make my motion to approve this charter.
I second.
Moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Trustee Tolston. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Item 13B, the first reading and possible adoption of Board Policy 4331, which is new, personnel, staff development, administrative, and supervisory personnel. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. As you just mentioned, that this is a new board policy being proposed to the board for reading and possible action to approve this. It shows the value that professional development brings to our administrative and supervisory personnel, as well as the option of individual memberships at the board's approval.
Are there any questions from the board or comments regarding the staff development, administrative, and supervisory personnel policy?
I have a comment. I just thought we were doing this already. Are we, right? I mean,
Codifying it.
all right. Well, thank you. I motion to approve. It requires a
Second.
motion.
Moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. Item 10N needs to be pulled before we do the consent, is my understanding. The staff has said there needs to be a,
Sorry, they're pulling or withdrawing?
what are we doing with this? Are we, 10N, we need to discuss it? Okay, so it's from the consent? Okay, so we are at the consent calendar. We're going back to item 10. And, yeah, I've got, so the staff is, let me get through the, okay, so we are going to pull items, but before I take the board's pulled items, staff has pulled item 10C, item 10L.
10C, all of 10C?
It's been, and there's one section, 10N. So 10C, 10L, 10N, and 10Y have all been pulled by the staff. And then any other pulls from the board? Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, anything you're pulling?
I was pulling C, so.
Okay, we'll get, is there a special subsection or?
K.
Okay, CK. Trustee Tolston?
Yes, I wanted to pull 10E.
10E. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
10C, subsection CD, which is page 6 of 20, and CK,
Okay,
page 10, 11 of 20,
okay.
and then 10D,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. Oh, excuse me, CK. Did I say CK?
You said CK and C.
Right, and
Okay.
then 10D, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I mean, 10C is being pulled as a whole, so, but particularly job descriptions.
Okay. All right, so do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the pulls of 10C and all the subsections, D, E, L, N, and Y?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries unanimously. Before we get started, let's, on 10C, staff pulled the item. So Dr. Reyes, can we go over the reason for the staff pull?
Yes, I need to,
Mr. Romero or Mr.
on the job description for lead buyer, there's a correction. It states there will be no additional funding. That is incorrect. There's a fiscal impact of 8,600. $8,600 annually. Fiscal impact for the lead buyer.
What page is
That's
that?
page 16 and 17.
That'll be,
Oh, 16.
You see, you'll see the description there, yeah.
okay,
And you said 8,600 annually?
8,600 annually. Fiscal impacts.
But you don't list that on the job description, do you?
That's why he's pulling it.
To amend
But,
it.
but no job description lists that.
Right. But it's, I think the impact on the actual front page is what he's,
Yes, so it's not on the job description, it's actually on the job description, where it says, on the
Start on page
explanation.
6.
On the explanation, or
Got it.
okay. Then we have item CD. Is that, no, it's C. Item, is that what you pulled, trustee, CD? Okay.
CD, I think
What page was that?
that CD starts on page 6 of 20,
Okay.
the job descriptions, and I believe trustee Tamayo also pulled that.
Mm-hmm.
And in regards to lead buyer, I wasn't clear on who the lead buyer reports to.
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Romero?
With allowance, Dr. Reyes, or would like Mark Pong to
Yes,
answer
that's
that
fine.
question?
The lead buyer reports to the Director of Purchasing, Warehouse, and Publications.
I think the job description is lacking that information. Most other ones, you state who they report to. If you could amend that.
Yeah, I got it. Dr. Reyes?
I'm sorry, Ms. Dominguez Cervantes, can you repeat?
Who the lead buyer reports to. Normally, the job description states who they report to or under the supervision of, and this one didn't state it.
Mr. Romero?
Yes, we can update that for.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And social worker, counselor. The job description itself starts on page 18 and 19 of 20. That's just the job description itself, but it's over on page 6. I can't follow the second dot point. Help me understand that. It says lead for school-attending district. I'm not sure I understand what that dot point means. It's the second dot point? Maybe I'm just not getting it. The Spanish is coming into my brain.
I'm sorry, what page?
Page 18, under essential job functions, second bullet.
They are the lead for the school.
It says lead for school-attending district.
Committees.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, lead, so it's gonna be the lead for school attending district committees.
It's this part.
Right, so
Mr.
they're
Romero?
attending.
So yeah, I mean, it doesn't start at lead. Lead is what was added. It starts as acts as the school-based MTSS lead for school attending district committees. So the acts isn't highlighted because it's not new language.
I see. Okay, well, the Spanglish in me came in and it just couldn't connect. Thank you. And then, and my next question on that, is this an on-site position? Is that an administrator? Because that scares me. I would like to see the psychologists or social workers be on the actual schools. Will they be, they're going to be assigned like, okay, on Mondays they're at this school or Tuesdays on Wednesdays at that school? What's the idea?
Mr. Romero?
Yes, these are on school site positions. Yes.
Okay. My biggest concern was not taking them away from the students because I hear tell they are so needed out there. So, and the next one is the program specialist, special education. The job description is on page 14 and 15 of 20. I just wanted to be clear, is this another administrator or is this going to be an on-site we need more counselors and psychologists. So I wanted to make sure that I was clear before I
Ms.
vote.
Casey?
Yes, this is a new position. It is an administrator that's going to be supporting school sites and teachers on campus. So instead of a TOSA, they'll be out in classrooms supporting teachers.
So they won't be assigned here. They'll be out at the schools.
They'll be assigned to the district office, but they will be supporting school sites on a regular basis.
So their office, let's say, it's here, but they'll be dispatched to school sites every day to support teachers.
Okay. Can we get feedback on how that works out? Because they just need the help at the school site so much. So if we can get feedback on how that's coming, and actually survey the schools and ask them, is this working out, not working out? What's going on here? Help us be a better help.
Absolutely. The intent is to support school sites. So
Yes, thank you, Sharon. And that's all on CD? CD, did you?
Yes. So earlier we heard that the school secretaries are going to take over buying. Why do we need a lead buyer if the secretaries are taking out buying?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Romero, can you share with the board and clarify that what the current job description is and what it entails, and how this new position, the lead buyer position, is different from what the current job description is for the secretaries?
Yeah, so there's multiple layers involved in buying. And so our lead buyer position, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify this, we still have buying that takes place at a grand level. So with our size of our district, one of our greatest assets is our ability to buy in large scales. So the school secretaries will still be responsible for the ordering, if you will, where the lead buyer is still responsible for the overall buying of the product. So, for example, one of our biggest issues that we have are supplies, like regular toilet paper or whatever. Every school site buying toilet paper individually, cost is expensive, right? But think of it as like Costco, right? We're Costco for each individual school sites. We're able to purchase a large amount of items, and then these schools can then buy individually from our great purchases. So we still have those needs. Also at our need, we also have like our warehouse that our lead buyer provides opportunities for products that we purchase in bulk here. So at the district office. Lead buyer also, hopefully the goal is that we get the best value when we're buying products such as like computers and things like that. They'll also have the oversight of making sure that those items are not just ordered and secured, but then transported and make it their way back to our school sites. So there's many levels of layers that are included in this, but the need of a district our size to have someone who's overseeing that is huge. One of the things that we're also going to be making sure is, since our schools are going to be taking more responsibility, is having that person go to our school sites and train. So if someone has an issue with an order or something that needs to be procured, the lead buyer can actually go out there, and that's why we added that to the second page. You'll see that the training and oversight and understanding of that is being added to the job description.
So I understand the position of the lead buyer. Now the school secretary, the way you explained, the way I understood it, was that they're still going to buy, but they buy in to us, not to directly to Staples, or?
Two ways. So yes, one, absolutely through us. We'll be able to secure large orders of big items. So some of the things like I talked about, like the cleaning supplies and things like that, right? Those are huge. But when we need one-off items, something that's like $100, to speed up the process, we're absolutely going to allow the schools to order from Office Depot, Amazon, things like that, to get the products to the school sites faster. But we're also going to need training on how to oversee that and make sure that there's basically some checks and balances on that system to make sure that they're working out. One of the things I do want to be clear, so you mentioned our secretaries. They're going to be responsible, and it's in their job description, for the ordering. Our custodians are responsible for the unpacking and storing. So it's actually, and that's not a new thing to our job description. It's been in the job description in the past, but it's really multiple people that are going to be performing some of those duties. And we'll be working with CV CEO to make sure that the workload is addressed. It's something that we want to prioritize the quickness of products getting to our school sites. And if there's opportunities for us to, understand the increased workload, I'll sure Angela will address it with us.
Okay, I have other questions, but probably not for this item, so thank you.
Item CK, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes, for the consultants, I see first Jewish Family Services will provide parent education curriculum to community schools, and they are listed. Why just these schools?
Dr. Reyes.
Ms. Casey?
So other schools can reach out to them, but they're contracting with us to support community schools for positive parenting classes. It's free of charge, so I'm happy to look at if other schools would like to participate. We can do that.
Clarification on that. Is it Jewish Family Center or Jewish Family Services?
Services.
Because it says center on your.
Yeah, it's a typo. Okay, thank you.
We can.
I have another question. I see on the bottom, Rubicon West. Why are we providing technical support for Mater Dei, St. Pius, and St. Rosa Lima?
Dr. Reyes.
So we're not providing. So money goes through us to them. So what happens is students that should be going to our district actually attend those schools, private schools. So there's a partial amount of funding that follows the students. So we're sort of like the caretakers of that funding. So as they use it, we release it. So it's their money.
So what students are able to, is this something that parents just come up and say, I want my child in Mater Dei, you pay for it?
No. It's for services that Mater Dei, specific services that there's guidelines of services that they can use the money for, not for tuition. We're not talking about tuition, for services for the students. And so we're the caretakers of that fund, of those funds, and then we just release it to pay for that. So we're sort of like the caretakers of that money.
Could you give an example so we better understand?
Mr. Rock, can you give an example?
So this contract is actually for professional development services for the teachers at the school. So this is a federal fund, Title II, and with federal funds, we always have to provide equitable services, they call it. So because this private school is within our boundary, we have to provide a equitable share based on enrollment of the funding to those private schools. So they're utilizing it for this professional learning opportunity.
I have another question. Is this an ongoing, like every year we're renewing this money for this certain schools? And are there any other private schools that could use these funds?
Dr. Reyes.
Yes, so there's X amount of money that each school has depending on the students that they have. And they can use it throughout the year for different reasons and until the money's gone. Their amount is gone. So it could be St. Pius, it could be St. Rosa Lima, it could be, different private schools.
So my question was, are there any other schools other than these three getting money for the professional development?
So I believe there's other, so almost every board meeting there's, or every other board meeting, there's schools that actually use it. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, did you pull this one also?
Yes. Yes, just one question in regards to Stapleton Enterprises Incorporated. I was just curious as to which general obligation bond we're speaking about. It's on page 13.
Dr. Reyes?
So is that for the HVAC?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Pong?
Tiffany.
This project at Tiffany Elementary is coming from Measure VV.
think it was just a typo because most of the other items you're calling out which bond. Thank you.
I believe that's all of the pulls from item C. I'll entertain a motion to accept item 10C.
Motion to approve item 10C.
Second.
Moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 10D, trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes. Adopt resolution designating March as Women's History Month in CVSD. I'd like to recommend an amended version.
Recommend, go ahead, recommend.
The fourth whereas, the second line item, I'm recommending that it read, whereas women of diverse backgrounds have served as leaders in the forefront of social change.
So you're recommending to cross out the word progressive?
Correct.
Okay, and then any other?
The seventh whereas, the last line, to replace identify with are, to read nearly 74% of teachers are women, because it is a Women's History Month.
So are you going to motion to approve
With those amendments.
those amendments? Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, motioned to approve the resolution with noted revisions made by trustee Dominguez Cervantes and seconded by trustee Ramirez Dominguez. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Any abstentions?
I abstain.
The motion fails, 2-2, and 1 abstention.
I would like to propose an amendment to the resolution acknowledging the change in, what was it? What was your first one?
The first one was just to remove progressive, where it would read, here, it's right here.
Remove the word progressive on the fourth whereas to, what do you call it?
Whereas women of diverse backgrounds have served as leaders in the forefront of social change. Just removing progressive. I looked up the word progressive and it has political implications. That's the only reason.
So I'll make that change, and that's it.
So just the one change?
Just the one
Are you
change.
are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion.
Do you have a second?
I second.
Motion by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by trustee Ramirez Dominguez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Discussion? Right. I still,
We already called the vote, so. All those opposed? Nay.
nay.
Any abstentions?
I abstain.
So 2-2 and 1 abstention, motion fails.
Move to approve it as is.
I'll second.
Call for the vote.
All those in favor of the motion as is, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those abstaining?
I abstain.
Motion fails.
All right.
I think we've
Next
tried every
item.
iteration.
Yes.
So, all right. Next item, item 10E, adopt the resolution acknowledging February as Black History Month. Trustee Tolston?
I just kind of wanted to bring to the attention that February is Black History Month, and the reason why I would like to talk about it is because it hits home. My son is of mixed race. He is African American and Hispanic by me. I feel like it's very important for us to keep acknowledging every month when we celebrate people from other ethnicities and backgrounds for the contributions that they've given to the country and to the world. And with that, I was wondering if I could read the resolution.
May I share?
Sharing the reading?
Share the reading.
Share
My
the
grandkids and my sons are black too.
however you want to do it. If you want to alternate, if you want to go.
Go ahead.
Whereas Black History Month is celebrated every February as tribute to the achievements of African Americans who have shaped American history from 1619 to the election of the first Black president and vice president of the United States of America in 2008 and 2020, respectively, and beyond. And whereas Black History Month is promoted by a yearly theme, which for 2025 is African Americans and labor, focusing on the significant contributions Black workers have made to the social, economic, and cultural development of the United States throughout history. Whereas students learn about the history and achievements of Black people throughout the school year, Black History Month is established in response to the inadequate and oftentimes biased depiction of Black history and Black communities in history books and schools curricula of the era. Whereas Black people helped develop our nation in countless ways, those recognized, unrecognized, and unrecorded. Whereas the contributions of Black citizens, scientists, inventors, educators, farmers, homemakers, and explorers of earth and sky have been recognized annually during the Black History Month. And whereas Black citizens have participated in every American effort to secure, protect, and maintain the essence and substance of American democracy.
And whereas the study of the contributions of Black people will help students think critically, judge information related to problems and issues, and reach conclusions based on solid evidence, and be an opportunity for all students in the district to enrich their educational experience and to deepen their understanding of Black history now. And whereas the development of the skills learned during Black History Month will contribute to every student becoming an advocate of the rights of the individual, the rights of Black people, and the rights and responsibilities of citizens in democracy. Now therefore be it resolved that the Chula Vista Elementary School District does hereby recognize and celebrate Black History Month during the month of February 2025.
And we haven't passed it yet, so we're good. So I will entertain a motion to accept the resolution.
Motion to accept.
I'll second. All those in favor? Aye. Any abstentions or objections? Motion carries unanimously. Item 10L pulled by staff. Dr. Reyes. L, Mr. Pong.
Mr. Pong?
This item, this item is for individual memberships for the California Association of Latino Superintendents and Administrators, with about 71% of our student population being from this Latino or Latina demographic. We believe that membership for administrators in this association would benefit both the district, the school sites, and the students.
Yeah, and I just want to add that CALSA is an organization, it's a statewide organization that provides great professional development support for administrators in areas such as leadership. And it is, I think, well worth our investment for very, very, very low cost to be able to send 34 administrators to be able to have the year-long membership.
Is it appropriate to motion to approve?
It's very appropriate.
Anyone want a second?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10N also pulled by staff. Dr. Reyes.
So 10N is just a correction on the date. It reads November 4, 2024 through November 3rd, 2025. And it should read February 20th, 2025 through November 3rd, 2025.
Okay.
Move to approve with the change.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Recess, please.
Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break. at 8:10, 8:12, we'll return.
We might get out of here in time.
Of item 10Y that was pulled by staff, Dr. Reyes.
Yes, we're going to be taking off Chapman, Santos, and Cook
From the travel.
from the travel.
I will entertain a motion to approve the item with the revision.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by trustee Ramirez Dominguez. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. At this time, I would like to welcome Mr. Jason Romero to announce our newly hired and promoted employees.
Thank you, President Ugarte, Governing Board, and Superintendent. It's my pleasure today to introduce this evening our newly promoted employees. So with pleasure, I'd like to announce Hilda Aminbires as moving from van driver to bus driver. Congratulations, Hilda. Diana Guerrero, who's moving from noon duty supervisor to instructional assistant special education. Congratulations, Diana. Jonah Lee Nzunza from buyer to buyer library specialist technician. Congratulations, Jonah Lee. Nayeli Ojeda, who's moving from noon duty supervisor to student attendant. Congratulations, Nayeli. Sylvia Pedrosa, who's moving from payroll specialist 1 to payroll specialist 2. Congratulations, Sylvia. Dora Quesada Jimenez, who's moving from instructional assistant special education to student attendant. Congratulations, Dora. Victoria Reyes, who's moving from payroll specialist 2 to payroll specialist 3. Congratulations, Victoria. Arlene Rulbakaba, who's moving from noon duty supervisor to instructional assistant. Congratulations, Arlene. And finally, Emma Williams, who's moving from school secretary to executive director. Been pleasure working with her the past month. She's amazing. Congratulations, Emma. And that concludes our recently promoted employees.
Thank you. Public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing items must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. And our first public hearing item is conduct a public hearing on the discontinuance of certain classified services and adopt the resolution on discontinuance of certain classified services for the 2025-26 school year. Mr. Romero.
So this item is being brought forward for consideration by the board. We conduct our annual budget projections based on the needs of the district and our physical responsibilities. And for the 25-26 school year, we are going to be eliminating some positions, and it's the recommendation of the district, the leadership at the district, that we move forward with these no longer required positions.
I am now opening the public hearing. Is there anyone speaking on this matter? Seeing no one, I'm now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Madam President, what is the projected savings of this item?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Pong?
It's approximately 521,000.
Thank you.
I have a question as well.
Hmm?
I'd like to know, in these positions, are there people sitting in those positions? And if so, what opportunities do they have when this position disappears?
Mr. Romero?
Thank you for being given the opportunity to respond to that. So the district does prioritize making sure that our employees have opportunities to fulfill positions that are open that they were qualified for. So as the second largest employer in the city of Chula Vista, our district employs over 4,000 employees. So we have, as you know, monthly positions that come available. And so we prioritize working to make sure that these people are given opportunities to move into positions that they're qualified to take.
As of now, are there employees sitting in those positions, or are some of these positions vacant?
One of them is currently vacant, the delivery driver or storekeeper, one of those positions.
And so the others, they've been contacted and given other opportunities of other vacancies that we're looking to fill?
So yes, we have, these employees will be with us until June 30th in their current role. So from now until June 30th, upon approval from the board, we'll work with those employees and labor groups if required to make sure that they have opportunities to stay employed within the district, yes.
Based on who these positions are, I'm imagining it's with Miss Angela Reed, correct?
Angela
That you'll be
Reed,
working
correct, yes.
with, and working very closely to find them positions if they still want to stay on.
100%, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. So just to clarify, these positions are being removed or reduced because they no longer, there's no more. So I see like noon duty, and I used to be a noon duty. So my question is the school no longer in need of noon duties, or?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Romero?
Great question. And so one of the things that happens organically is the district, based on a ratio that's provided by business services, provides a standard level of how many noon duties are at every school sites based on a formula. And school sites have the opportunity to provide more support if needed. But that's an annual decision that's made by that school site. And so depending on their needs, or maybe their enrollment, if their enrollment decreases, they may not continue to provide that noon duty support. So these noon duties are being eliminated, the positions, but the people will have opportunities for jobs in neighboring schools.
Thank you.
This is an action item. Do we have a motion?
Well, we have to move forward with it.
No,
Well, give me the talk to me.
I mean, technically you can reject it and tell the district to find the money. Or change the formula and stop having the schools fund positions like this, because this happens every year because of that, right? That the school decides to fund a position this year, and then the next year they decide that that's no longer a priority, and or the money was reduced, so they take that position away. But that creates a problem, because now those people in those positions have seniority, and that causes a chain of events, a domino effect, and you start bumping other people based on seniority. So while that position at a particular school, they might not lose the job, somebody else is going to be impacted in a different school.
Because that school brought in an instructional aid, and this is something that Miss Angela Reed and I have spoken about. Is there something we can do about that? Change that formula?
Dr. Reyes?
So, a couple of things. One is, like, for tonight, I would ask that you highly consider approving it, because otherwise we're going to be over $500,000 of staffing that we don't need. Now, one of the things that, to look at the formula, you have to look at two things. So Mr. Tamayo is absolutely correct that when you hire someone with what is called soft money, which is, for example, Title I funds, for school sites. Well, they may or may not have the same amount of funds for the following year. So that position may continue or may not continue or may continue at a different, instead of being full-time, might be part-time. So it might change from how it was originated. Now, on one hand, yes, by restricting the sites to not be able to hire additional staff, it limits this action to be taken every year. There still might be a reduction just because of attrition, a natural attrition of students. There still might be a need to reduce, maybe not as much, but there'll be a need to reduce. However, so on one hand, yes, that will happen, but on the other hand, it takes away the flexibility of school sites. Not, and I say school site because it's not the principal, it's through school site council, to address the individual needs of that particular site. And it could be regarding safety, or it could be regarding instruction, or it could be regarding many different things that is really hard to, almost impossible to, from a district perspective, to foresee all those things with 50 schools. So by allowing the flexibility of the sites, yes, it does cause this issue, but it does provide principals and school sites that flexibility. For tonight, I do ask that you consider approving, because of the fact that otherwise it's going to be over $500,000 of staffing that we're not projecting to need it for next year.
I have a question with regard to, so, and the way that I'm understanding this is from listening to Trustee Tamayo and Mr. Pong, these are site-funded positions, so if the resolution is not passed to cut these, and aside from the savings, the money savings, what happens to these positions if the site has already determined that these are not priorities for next year?
So then the district, so it's not the site, the district picks up the bill, pays for the positions, and then we have extra staff.
Okay.
So the work that's being done by these people, or these positions, we'll say positions, where does that work go to?
So there are many different circumstances.
So
Alex, let me give you
focus on instructional assistants.
So, for example, it could be a case where an instructional assistant might be possibly helping with a one-on-one with the students. Sixth grader goes to 7th grade, and now there might not be that need for that position. It could be a situation where at a particular site the enrollment decreases, where they might not need 2 extra hours of a noon duty. Or they do a shift in the lunch schedule, where now they're able to concentrate this less noon duties within a short period of time. So you don't need the extra time because of the new schedule. It could be, so there's many different scenarios. So not necessarily that somebody else is going to be picking up the job or the duties. It might be that it's not needed at that time.
May I?
Sure.
Well, we spoke earlier, and and I brought it up, what is it, about a year ago, about having instructional assistants, trained instructional assistants, to assist with 2nd and 3rd graders, to help them get to knowing how to read so that they can then read to learn. Would this be an opportunity, especially for the schools that are really struggling, with the presentation we just had earlier, to help them in that manner? When you had this focus group going into Harborside, you saw the results. They were great. Is that something we could entertain to, I'm not saying all of them, I understand, can't save all of these positions, but certainly some that we can use. The kids are worth it to help the teachers to get the children where they need to be when it comes to reading. And then we have that other, as a matter of fact, I was going to address it later in my comments about, when that testing the teachers have to do once a year, and they spend 1 hour with each child. And we spoke even back then about having someone that was trained that could go around in a school and do the testing, because it takes away from instruction. If that teacher's got 31 kids, they're spending an hour with each child to test them. And the whole idea was that there'd be consistency in how the test is being delivered. And if you have a trained IA or IAs, they would be consistently delivering the test, and it would allow the teachers to teach, because we're taking instructional time. I'm wondering if we can save some of these instructional assistants to that capacity to help some of the school sites that really need the help. And there's even, well, all the schools need the help when it comes to this testing. Is there something we can do there?
Ms. Romero?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. These are positions, not people. So the instructional
Well,
assistants.
that's why I was asking earlier, were there people sitting in these positions?
Yeah, so there currently are people sitting in these positions, but on average, because we have, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about 800 instructional aides in our district. So this is a relatively high turnover position. So there are people in our positions, but there won't be an instructional aide that won't have a job next year. They will definitely, just because of attrition, retirements and all of that, we're hiring about 20 aides a month. We have a job fair tomorrow for instructional assistants. So these instructional assistants won't be positions that we lose. Noon duties, we have an ongoing need for noon duties. Those won't be people who will be without jobs. I don't believe, and I can't speak for certain, but I don't believe there's a single person on this list that won't have jobs. Our lead instructional assistants they'll have jobs. They were previously instructional assistants, so they're going back as instructional assistants. And some of these positions, there's both. There are site funded and there are also district funded positions. The one position that's going to be eliminated and not a need to have. So like we have a couple, like our coordinator or parent engagement liaison, that position is being eliminated. And so that one, what we have opportunities if she's interested in positions in the district, but that position itself will be eliminated. We're not eliminating instructional assistants. We're not eliminating instructional assistant English language learners. Lead instructional assistants we are, but they have opportunities to return back because they were previously instructional assistants in the district. So just wanted to clarify that these people will have jobs.
I think I'm a little mixed up because I thought I heard Dr. Reyes said that we didn't need these positions.
Yeah, I was under the same impression. I had that question. So I have the list of all the hired people, and we hired last month 13 instructional assistants. So if we're reducing the positions, how come we're still hiring every month? And tomorrow we have another fair.
So there are different things. So one thing is the positions, and the other one is the people. And so let's say we have 10 positions, and out of the 10 positions, let's say we have 3 vacancies, right? So we have 10 positions, 3 vacancies. Out of the 10 positions, we only need 9. So then we would reduce 1 position. We still need to hire two people because we still have 2 vacancies. But the 10th one we didn't need. So that's what we're reducing. We're reducing the position. We might still need additional folks for the other positions where there are vacancies, but we reduce a position, not a person. Does that make sense? Ms. Romero.
And just on that, you mentioned it, and I want to be very specific. Dr. Reyes did mention when it comes to instructional assistants, what happens is we have instructional assistants that may be what we call SKIAs, or like what it's commonly known as like one-to-one aides. We have a number of 6th grade students that annually leave that have these instructional aides assigned to them. So those positions that they're assigned to will be eliminated because there's no longer a need for that one-to-one. That person will still have a job. This is eliminating the position, not eliminating the person. So that person will still be able to be an instructional assistant with us, but that position that's assigned to, like if it was me, like I'm moving into 7th grade, I no longer need that one-to-one anymore. And there's a number of those that happen annually where we need to reduce the number of aides, but not to reduce the number of people that will have jobs.
I think we can work with the district on this one. Obviously, we need to look at how the schools allocate money for positions and understand that these positions there's people involved, and it creates chaos in HR when priorities change. So there probably has to be more training at the school site council level to let them know what their decisions impact. I'm willing to allow this for this time with the condition that the district looks at the school site council processes. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And I abstain. Motion carries 4, 1 abstention. Item 11B, conduct a public hearing on the discontinuance of particular kinds of certificated services and adopt resolution on discontinuance of particular kinds of certificated services for the 2025-26 school year. Mr. Romero.
Thank you, President Ugarte, Governing Board, Dr. Reyes. Today's item is being brought forward for very similar reasons as the classified. The district, in its enrollment projections and projections for our needs at our school sites, are bringing forward positions that need to be eliminated due to funding and due to needs at our school sites. So some of these positions are largely being reduced because of declining enrollment and the needs that we have to address those declines. Also to be physically, financially and physically prepared for our current projections. Things like our music teachers at one of our sites that's being reduced because of site funding. And our need to address other areas such as priorities of the district with our fiscal solvency. So the district is recommending that we reduce the FTE equivalent of 12.19 certificated positions.
I'm now opening the public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak? Seeing no speakers, I am closing the public hearing. Discussion before it is an action item.
What is the fiscal savings?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Bong?
So for for this item, it's about 1.1 million.
May I speak?
Yes.
So if we're using the same logic, Trustee, President Ugarte, if we're using the same logic, are we saying that all these people are going to come right back?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Romero?
So, great question. So it varies between the position that we're talking about. So the district is eliminating the director of attendance and wellness
Right.
position. So that would be an elimination of that position. That employee is a previous educator and would be returning to a position within the district. The preschool teacher, because of our changes in what we're looking at with TK, there's no longer a need for a SDC preschool teacher. Now, that is a unicorn. So having an SDC preschool teacher is absolutely a priority. So we won't have a withdrawal of anything but an opportunity for them to take a different position. The resource teacher and music teacher, those positions, as we look at Proposition 28 and the needs of our district, there's a high likelihood that those positions would return by the end of this year. And our general education teachers, now one of the things you heard from our CVE president, Rosie Martinez, that the district uses one method to determine the enrollment projections for our school year. And really our objective is to be physically aware that this could be a possibility that we reduce by 9 teachers. The likelihood that that is something that continues remains to be seen. But I think that would be the one area where I'd say there's a possibility that they might not come back. But we would need to wait to see what the enrollment looks like.
I have a question regarding projected enrollment. Dr. Reyes, the projected enrollment this year, what's the difference between this year as projected enrollment and last year and next year?
Mr. Pong?
For right now, we're budgeting at flat based on our 6th grade cohort rolling out with the addition of another quarter of TK coming in with the full implementation of transitional kindergarten and other developments in the area.
So I think the question was comparing this year's enrollment, how are we doing? What is the projection for next year in regards to either attrition or increase or staying the same?
We're projecting the enrollment to be the same, around the same.
So if we're projecting it to be the same, why the elimination or discontinuance of these general ed positions?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Pong?
So in looking at the enrollment, we're looking district-wide at all the schools, and we are realizing some staffing efficiency where there's a possibility of, combining like a combination class or something like that as some areas that could see some savings.
Are we talking about combos?
So basically, we're looking at this. We're looking at school sites where we have, let's say we have 2 classes. We have 10 kids and 8 kids. So it is not financially feasible to have 2 different teachers, one with 10 kids, one with 8 kids. The break-even point for a class is, I think, 18 or so. In the break-even point in regards to the financially. And so any district doesn't want to operate a classroom at a loss. So then that's why we need to sometimes do combos. Now,
They're not very popular with the teachers. They have to
absolutely, I agree.
really, that's 2 grades they're teaching. And depending on, the instruction time doesn't change. So the instruction, if it's geared to, I'm making up grades, 5th graders, and then you have the 4th graders that are not there, it's just like going over their head. They're sitting there, maybe they're picking up something here or there, but that doesn't seem that, it might look fiscally responsible, but logically speaking, the children are missing out on instruction time, and the teachers are at a breaking point.
And so that, I will take the lead from the board to let me know how you want to move forward in regards to the financial projections. That way, we are at a deficit.
Sure.
And so you let me know how, on how you want us to be not in the red. And so I'll just.
Sure.
This is your
And we
lead.
understand that you're caught between a rock and a hard place, as my father used to say, but the sacrifice can't be in the classroom. It just can't be there. So where else can we curb? Maybe that's something that
Yeah,
an exercise in a workshop or some sort of telling us. I know that we spoke with President Rosie Martinez. Okay, where are all our staff? Where are they, and what are they doing? I'm sure they're doing something, but is it something that, what are we going to sacrifice, the classroom or somewhere else?
Yeah, to put things in perspective in regards to fiscal
Right, yeah,
efficiency.
right.
So any school district, so for example, us, and Mr. Funk can correct me, but it's about 92% of our budget. 92%, 92% of our budget is in personnel. So when you have an organization where 92% of the budget is in personnel, then the ability to reduce amounts like 20 million in other areas is really minute.
Did it go from 15 million to 20 million now?
15, I don't even know how much it is right now, but it's 15, 18, let's say 15 million,
Uh-huh.
12 million. The ability to reduce those amounts
Right, no, I understand.
in by saving gas or lights is really, really minute. And so the savings or the fiscal efficiency always comes at looking where can we maximize our resources with our personnel.
I have a question. So just to clarify, these positions, teachers, music teachers, resource teacher, and preschool, are these brought forth as like the schools said we need less teachers?
Mr. Romero, Mr. Pong?
So our enrollment projections, and where we look at it, we have a department that takes the enrollment data that we have, which is currently done by eliminating the 6th grade grade level and then basically duplicating what the kindergarten numbers look like. And in doing that, they have projections that they use to talk about every school site. If there's a decline in enrollment, how many teachers will they be losing? In a school that's increasing in enrollment, how many classrooms will they be adding? And so we take all of that data, and it's based on, okay, if school A is losing 2 students, but school B is gaining 3 students, then it's a +1. And we just basically do the math. Like this school needs 4 less teachers, this school needs 3 more teachers, and then we come up with a general number. And then our student placement department shares that with us, and we get enrollment projections starting now through July on real-time data on when people enroll.
A follow-up question. So are any of the schools losing more than 1 teacher?
Yes.
So again, correct, and it's based on the enrollment of that particular site. So we have some sites that actually are going up in enrollment, other sites are decreasing.
I have a clarifying question. I just want to point out. So there are, I'm going to guess, in CVSD, full-time equivalent teachers and certificated, 1,600. 1,600 full-time equivalents of certificated. That all certificate. That's, I'm guessing, because I know numbers from associations, right? Out of those 1,600 FTEs, we're talking 12 FTEs, basically.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify.
So you're making a motion?
No, I'm not making a motion. I'm clarifying because I think maybe some of our newer board members don't get they're thinking it's hundreds of teachers. This is 12.19 positions out of 1,600
Right.
positions.
I do understand what you're saying, and the problem I'm having is with the general ed teachers. The other ones I understand, but this is an impact that will cause, there's a domino effect, right? So now we're gonna have our different school sites, parents and teachers coming to us about how their students are not in their grade level of instruction because they're in a combo class. And if I had a fourth grader and I was in a fifth grade class, I say, yay, because he's going to get more, he's going to be exposed to a lot more. But if it was the other way around, if I had a fifth grader and I have fourth graders, I know that teacher has to take time to teach fourth grade curriculum. They have to. You can't ignore those children. I just wish there was another way or somewhere else, Dr. Reyes. I understand the fiscal the implications that we're in, I do. I'm just searching, I'm hoping somebody come up with a bright idea here somewhere of how we salvage that, how we do that. I imagine you guys have spent hours trying to figure it out, but I wish there was an answer to this one. I would say, okay, I motion with the exception of the gen ed teachers. I wouldn't approve that. That would be that's what I'm thinking. I'd like to hear someone pull rub it out of the hat.
Ms. Dominguez Cervantes, I do hear you.
Yeah.
I do understand where you're coming from. This is a process that, unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because this is not enjoyable. Every single school district, every single year, goes through.
And I do recognize that other schools are.
Other districts
like
are
400, 400 something. So I do. This is like great.
Yeah. So I can, I can't guarantee you that all those the 9 teachers are going to be coming back, but I can assure you that most of them, if not all, most likely will come back. We don't want to be in a position where we are spending more that is coming in when we have folks that they're not needed. So the prudent thing to do is to accept this, and then I will personally work with HR to look closely at these 9 positions to see how many, if not all, we can bring back.
Okay.
Won't be until May or June.
That's all right, but I take that as a promise.
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
All of them?
With the condition that you're looking at the general ed
Yes.
teachers. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I second.
Moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by trustee Tolston. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I abstain.
I abstain. Was it 3?
I don't know.
Yeah.
3, so 3-2, motion carries. 3 yes, 2 abstentions. And before we move on, point of personal privilege, please. It's very hard for me to separate myself from this because this is a very passionate topic. But I do want to say that making this decision now versus making it in July, there can be another RIF in August, and teachers can't find jobs then. And so the fact that we do this and that Dr. Reyes has made the commitment to look at this gives me a little peace of mind. And I like that I thank you for making the comments, because if enrollment comes back in August and July and it's lower, then we would be going through this at that time. So thank you. And thank you for divulging me that privilege. All right. We are now on administrative action items. Adopt a resolution adding independent citizens oversight of Measure AA to the scope of duties to the existing Chula Vista Elementary School District Independent Citizens Oversight Committee for General Obligation Bond proceeds and amending the committee bylaws to reflect the same. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Based on the law under general obligation bonds, we have to appoint a Citizens Oversight Committee within 60 days of the certification of the election results, which we did at the last board meeting. So this would have Measure AA come under the current ICOC, Independent Citizens Oversight Committee for oversight, in addition to Bond Measure M and VB.
And we have no speakers on this item. Any board comments or questions?
Quick comment. Now, the report out schedule for these audits, or this is the once a year one that we get?
Yes.
Yes, this is independent community members.
Would it be possible, I know that we've gotten some emails from a community member about updates, maybe quarterly or twice a year, just where our funds are at? I mean, it doesn't have to be a formal presentation like we have, just like the status, like when you do your book.
Twice a year.
Thank you. That's it.
This is an action item.
Approve.
Second?
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Adopt resolution authorizing the Chula Vista Elementary School District to submit Form J13A, the request for the allowance of attendance because of emergency conditions, and adopt the resolution authorizing the Chula Vista Elementary School District to seek waivers or alternative measures for the Extended Learning Opportunity Program due to emergency conditions. Mr. Pong.
We've had a couple of emergency situations in January, the first one being the Border 2 fires that closed 8 of our schools, the second one being a flood at Juarez Lincoln, and then the third one being a power outage at Tiffany Elementary. So with that, we will be applying for a waiver for those days. And then with the ELOP program, the Extended Learning Opportunities Program, there's a minimum day requirement. So because we didn't have school on that, this waives that requirement for those days that we weren't in session.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Adopt resolution to establish the Bond Building Fund, Measure AA 21-34, and corresponding debt service fund for each series of bonds issued under Measure AA. Mr. Pong.
Thank you. This is to establish a new fund with the Treasury. We keep track of each of our bonds separately.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. General information items and reports. Report on fiscal crisis management assistant team in the Human Resources Services and Support Department. Dr. Reyes.
So last board meeting, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes requested a review of our HR department and contacting the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistant Team, also known as FICMAT, to do a study of our HR department. I went ahead and contacted the department, and they are a couple of things. One, right now they did tell me that they are incredibly busy because they were assigned to do fiscal audits to support some of the some districts in LA where they had entire schools burned down. However, they went ahead and sent me a proposal. And what I told them was, well, give me the proposal of the scope of work and the amount. So the scope would include the hiring, onboarding, exit interviews, evaluations, training and cross-training, personal file management, leave management. They would also evaluate the current workflow and distribution of functions within the department and make recommendations for improved efficiencies. In addition, they would conduct an organizational and staffing review of the above departments and make recommendations for staffing improvements and organizational restructuring. And finally, the team will present the final report at a board meeting, at a public board meeting following the completion of the review. And the cost for all this would be $26,000.
This is an informational item only. Are there any questions with regard to the information provided by Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, and yes, so the reason why I put it as informational, because before I got it to approve, I want to make sure that I have input from the board to make sure that this the scope that the board is looking for, the scope of work. And so the process would be, if this is the scope that the board wants, or if they want to make modifications, you tell me now, and then I would contact them to revise it, and then I would bring it back for approval.
I think it covers what we spoke
Yep.
about.
Okay. So as is?
That's this.
Okay. So I'm going to be... yes.
Question, sorry. Do we have a timeline? I know they said they're very busy, so does that mean this would take?
So I was going to cover that next. So thank you. So yes. So when I spoke with them, they told me that we can go ahead and get it approved. Right now, I know that currently they're 100% working on those school districts because they need the support right now. But so they would be able to. They couldn't really give me a timeline because they got to finish that first. But they said approximately they could begin the work in about a month. So which kind of works out, because by the time we bring it back, I can work on, if they send me I just gotta make sure that they send me the contract within a week and a half.
Right.
I can bring it to the March 5th meeting if I have the contract.
Right.
Okay.
Information received.
Thank you. Mid-year update to the local control and accountability plan and the local control funding formula budget overview for parents. Ms. Morales?
Okay, we're getting ready here. Thank you, President Ugarte, Board of Trustees. Tonight, we're going to update our board and community on a mid-year report for the goals and actions outlined in our 24-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP. The development and implementation of this plan, as well as the preparation of this mid-year report, has been a collaborative effort across our district and will be reflected in how we present tonight. You can see we have a team of staff here who have so diligently waited to see the LCAP presentation because they have been co-creators in it. So I thank them for staying with us and joining us tonight. I'd like to invite up Dr. Madrigal Patel, who is also going to be presenting tonight. You can go ahead and come up to the podium. So tonight what we're going to do is we're going to provide an update on where we're at in all the actions, services, and expenditures for all of the goals of our LCAP. And we're going to go ahead and get started with Ms. Perez, who's going to start us with an overview.
Good evening. The LCAP process is rooted in the Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF. The LCFF consists of 3 key components: a base grant, a supplemental grant, and a concentration grant. As part of the LCFF, school districts are required to develop an LCAP. The LCAP is a 3-year plan that outlines our strategies to support positive student outcomes, addressing both state and local priorities. It serves as an opportunity for CVESD to share the rationale behind the selection of programs and services designed to meet our community's unique needs. We are currently in the first year of this 3-year plan, and you can see the key components of the LCAP on this slide, including established metrics to track and assess our progress over time. The LCAP outlines how the district plans to improve academic achievement for all students. However, it is important to note that supplemental and concentration grant funds must primarily be directed toward the following student groups: low-income students, English learners, and foster youth. As Ms. Morales mentioned, the development of the LCAP is a collaborative effort, and this effort involves consultation with teachers, principals, administrators, staff, labor partners, parents, community members, and students. And this process typically includes multiple meetings, an open survey, and focus groups to gather comprehensive feedback. So you see the timeline on the screen. In November of 2024, we began actively engaging our educational partners to provide input for the 25-26 iteration of the LCAP. And then you see in February, there is a mid-year report to the Board of Education regarding the current LCAP, and that is what we are presenting to you right now. And then the input we gather will inform any changes to the current LCAP, and in May, there will be a public hearing for the proposed 25-26 LCAP. And this is the opportunity for the public to comment and for the board to provide feedback. And in June, the 25-26 LCAP goes for board approval. The 5 key goal areas of our LCAP are as follows. Goal 1, academics. Goal 2, safe and inclusive environments. Goal 3, English learners. Goal 4, innovation. And Goal 5, educational partner engagement. And today, our team will provide a mid-year update on the progress of key actions tied to each goal.
So our district's first goal is to ensure academic success for all of our students. When we look at the overall achievement for our ELA in CASP, as we heard earlier in the dashboard presentation, we're seeing an increase by 4.3 in distance from standard, and we have moved from yellow to green on our dashboard. This is exciting news for us, and as we look at our mid-year local measures using Achieve 3000, we see that 37.2% of our students are meeting or exceeding the standards. We continue to be committed to the development of literacy for all of our students, and this year in Q1 and Q2, we provided literacy and language professional learning for all teachers in the district for each of their grade levels. When we look at our data for math, we see that we still have some work to do. And we see that we are still maintaining that distance from standard at about negative 16.4 points, as well as maintaining a yellow status on the dashboard. For us to maintain a focus on math this year, we know that our principals are creating TLAP plans with a focus in math, and at the district level, we are providing math training for all of our teachers in grades 2, 4, and 6. As a matter of fact, those trainings are happening this week, and we're finishing up 6th grade. The purpose of those trainings is to ensure that our teachers deepen their understanding of the framework and also get more familiar with the instructional routines that are provided in our core district curriculum for iReady. If we look at the next slide, you'll see that we also continue our work with NCUST. All of our principals are participating in learning walks across our districts. We're visiting classrooms and looking at the 8 NCUST instructional practices and noticing and naming the way in which those instructional practices are having an impact on our students' learning. We also have 28 principals who are receiving coaching from NCUST, an NCUST coach. In the middle there, you'll see that we have a specific focus on a student group, our students who are receiving special education services. When we look at the data for this group of students, you'll see that we're maintaining the same level of performance in ELA, and we're declining slightly in math. One of the shifts that we've made this year regarding this student group is to ensure that we are inviting and including all of our staff members who are providing supports to students with disabilities in our literacy and language training, in our math training, as well as receiving specific training for their special education roles in our district. This is helping to provide access for our students to standards-based instruction and support in collaboration with our general education teachers and our special education teachers. The last bottom column, you'll see we're pleased to share that we continue to remain committed to supporting our implementation of TK. We have 100% of our TK classrooms staffed with an instructional assistant. We also are providing a variety of professional learning opportunities for all IAs and our TK teachers. And we're very pleased to announce that we are projected to open up 13 additional TK classrooms in the coming school year, and we'll be able to provide that support and also that opportunity to our earliest learners in communities across our district.
So for Goal 2, in safe and inclusive environments, we show two broad themes with various metrics which include student belonging and safety. As a district, we have been very intentional and focused on our chronic absenteeism, and we provide continuous support to our sites, which include review of data, discussions with sites about next steps and training. We are happy to report that the mid-year data shows an improvement where we decreased overall in our chronic absenteeism. As you can see from last year, 23-24, it was 15.3, and our mid-year internal data shows that we're currently at 12.12. Additionally, as part of promoting students' social, emotional, and physical wellness, we are happy to report the multitude of counseling sessions that we have been providing district-wide, which include individual counseling, group counseling, and social emotional learning lessons. And as part of our continuous improvement of school safety, 100% we've had of safety assessments completed. Moreover, we have the Rocket Rules collaboration that was approved, which is a series of developmentally age-appropriate resources that include lesson plans and videos to engage our youngest learners. This includes preschool through second grade in emergency preparedness and safety. And we're also happy to report that 100% of our staff have been trained in the use of EJICs, and all schools have partnership with our school resource officers as well.
Goal 3, English learner. Our ongoing commitment to supporting multilingual English learners remains a key focus in CVSD. Recent data highlights a reduction in the number of students identified as at risk for long-term English learners and long-term English learners. And this is good news because that means more students are on track for reclassification. Mid-year reclassification rates show a slight increase compared to last year. And with LPAC testing currently underway, we expect further gains by the end of the year. The latest CASP data reflects a positive trend in multilingual English learner achievement in English language arts, with mid-year progress also showing a slight improvement from the previous year. Ensuring that our students make consistent progress on the LPAC remains critical, and to address this, we have provided, as Ms. Montgomery said, literacy and language professional learning for all teachers that does include a component of comprehensive ELD. This year, we also introduced supplemental English language development curriculum at 19 school sites, offering enhanced resources for teachers to support designated ELD instruction. Additionally, we are pleased to report a decrease in chronic absenteeism among our multilingual English learners. This is encouraging news as regular attendance directly contributes to student learning and success. Instructional services, our principals, our teachers, and staff remain dedicated to continuing our work to elevate the academic achievement of our multilingual English learners, and we are confident that through our collective efforts, we will continue to see positive growth and outcomes for our students.
So goal number 4 is focused on driving innovation efforts in our efforts for our students in our district. We continue to build our Lead After School program with 15,000 students participating in Lead Hub and Club. Our LEAD team has focused on increasing program equity throughout the district and introducing new and exciting classes to students. Our students continue to have access to our amazing VAPA classes in one or more arts disciplines and/or PE. And we are excited about bringing on our new VAPA lead teachers who will support VAPA professional learning. Lastly, the launch of our Life Science Station has been a success, and our innovation team has been busy installing STEAM studios at 13 schools and engaging our teachers in meaningful professional learning around learning environments, design thinking, cultures of thinking, and more. One note I'd like to point out for this slide in particular is you may have noticed the budgeted expenditures and actuals match on many of the slides because, as Dr. Reyes said, we're a very employee-heavy organization, right? And so we're glad to report that we have a lot of those positions filled. I did want to put a note, though, by VAPA that the total cost of the program is also indicated there, equaling about $9.2 million. And we have about 5.8 of that currently sitting within our LCAP budget. And then our last goal is educational partner engagement. And CVESD has continued to strengthen family engagement through community outreach, family leadership, education opportunities, and enhanced digital communication. To ensure families are informed and connected, they routinely receive social media posts, flyers, translations, and interpretation services to ensure accessibility for all. Community outreach continues to be a top priority for the district, with over 1,000 families attending the Community Expo. Furthermore, parents and guardians attend 7 CVESD University workshops and 2 LCAP information sessions thus far this year. These educational partner engagement initiatives underscore CVSD's commitment to strengthening the homeschool connection and providing our families with the resources and support necessary to foster student success.
And when we look at our overall LCAP and general fund expenditures, our first interim, our total expenditures were about $436 million. Of that, our LCAP expenditures that we have specific goals and actions for, we have budgeted about $58.7 million. So that means that we have about $377 million that's not captured in the LCAP. And a lot of that is the base program. So our base program consists of all of our certificated and instructional staff at the school sites, both site and district office administration, site-funded supports, transportation, facilities and operations, special education supports, and all of our other supported programs that weren't mentioned in the LCAP.
All right, and with that, we'd like to take any questions that you have about our mid-year update.
We have no speakers. Any board comments or questions regarding the LCAP?
I have a question. Are the BAPA, they mentioned they're opening more. Are we concentrating on the west side? Is it equal for both sides?
Ms. Morales.
So let me make sure I understand the question that you're asking.
So are we foreseeing all of our schools to have this program?
All of our schools currently do have our VAPA program as well as our LEAD program. Yeah.
Any other?
I do. I had a question. How many PE teachers do we have? And I had a question about Ajax after that.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Romero, do you have that number?
Do you want to ask your Ajax question?
Yes, Ajax
You can think
question. Yes, to access that software, I'm wondering if we're getting some feedback from our teachers as far as when they're logging in, it doesn't come up as quickly. Servers, are they working? Because it doesn't do us any good if they can't access it. And then I know there was a question about maybe getting laptops for those substitute teachers coming in. Are they going to be trained? I'm not sure that we. Yes.
Yeah, Ms. Romero, could you tell us where we are with there were several things that we needed to address regarding Ajax.
Yes.
Can you share where we are with that?
Yeah, question 1.0, 15 PE teachers. The second, question 2.0, yes. So we talked about multiple times that this is like a rollout year for Ajax. One of the things that we've been working with is we've been in our safety meetings talking about the priority in us using it. So we get more value from it when we use it. So getting our staff used to using it is something that's critical. One of the situations that arose, we shared about in our safety update, one of our school sites went on to a controlled, not a lockdown, what's the one? Secure campus, thank you, but didn't put it on Aegis. So our principal went through the process of like calling, but even our principal admitted that like, now I think about it, I should have put it on Aegis, right? So it's getting our staff used to using it is one of the biggest priorities that we have. To address the second issue, the district is looking at acquiring tablets that can be checked out when substitutes come in and staff that come in that aren't assigned to that school site. Aegis only works the app only works because it doesn't track staff. We don't have any, and they don't want to have any access to it. But like if a substitute teacher comes into Liberty, for example, we want to be able to assign them a tablet that they can use, and if there's an emergency, they can respond, or if there's an emergency, they can get the response. So all of that is what we're looking at for the 25-26 school year, and then training our subs on using it. So we have gotten some feedback on the use of it. Access is the number one area of need. And making sure that our staff uses it. One of the things that we're also looking at with the whole tablet item that I shared with you, we have some staff that just are nervous about putting anything on their phone. We're not. It's not a requirement. We definitely want to prioritize that. This is not something that's required. But if a staff is doing supervision at lunchtime, right, or our staff is doing recess supervision, and they don't have it on their phone and there's an emergency that happens, they're not getting notified, right? So the whole tablet idea would be like if it's your day to do noon duty work or recess duty, you would be able to check out one of the tablets from the office and have it with you.
Tablet?
So yeah, I'm not talking about like I'm not talking about that, but we're talking about like 8-inch tablets,
Something.
which are a little bit bigger than a cell phone. It's not huge because the need for the information sharing isn't like a computer, right? But Amazon makes these tablets that are 8
I'm
inches
just
that we're looking
concerned because it can only work if they use it.
at. Right.
And that, I think, is a challenge because I'm not hearing too much, I'm not hearing the engagement
Yeah.
from the schools. So I'm just wondering where we might be able to support
Thank you.
them more so they,
Yeah, Ahmed and Darren are committed to providing that training and getting out there. And the only benefit we get is from use, right? It's not worth it if we're not using it. So what I'll have them do is I'll have them prioritize reaching out to our school sites and getting usage data that we can share at an upcoming Friday weekly, where we can revisit how many times it's being used and whether we want. I mean, ultimately, the goal is that we don't use it too often, right? Because we have safe campuses. But when we do use it, it's being used to the function in which we purchased it for.
Thank you. Just want to keep it on the horizon.
I can also just one little update, and it's not that you asked for this information, but Jenny Vignac is partnering with Aegis to talk about we're the largest school district to use their product right now. So we've been the cost of Aegis is about $3,700 per school site, not a lot. But she's negotiating a price with them right now to reduce it to $1,500, so $1,500 per school site per year. So we're really close to finalizing that. So they want to be a partner with us, and she's really good at negotiating things like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the LCAP?
I just wanted to jump back in. You mentioned for teachers that are in like lunch duty, how about the noon duties that are in lunch duty? Do they have to have it on their phone, on their personal phone?
No, it definitely would be for those people as well. Yes.
So they would be able to have it. They have to have it on their phone. That's my question.
No, they don't have to have it on their
Okay.
phone. It's optional. It's definitely encouraged, and we're working with our labor groups. All of our labor groups, were part of the decision making in using EJIX, and I don't want to speak for them, but I believe that most of them have endorsed this being part of something that's shared. One of the concerns that I want to make sure that we address in open is the app doesn't track employees. They don't have any access to your data. That's why we have to check out a device anytime you go on to school sites. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report. That was an informational item for us, and we very much appreciate it. I love minimal slides and concise information, so thank you.
Yes, we do. And letters you can read.
Yes. Thank you. Report calendar to the Board of Education. This is a point in the agenda where board members can ask for reports of Dr. Reyes. Do we have any report requests for Dr. Reyes? I think we've kind of gone.
Most of it, yes. I just like an IT update from, we had, remember last school year, we had an incident where children were accessing very inappropriate subject matter on our school devices. And I sat with, is it Jacob there? And I know LineWise software was, I'd like an update on that. I don't know, maybe next go around.
Yes.
Bring us a report on that, where we're at.
So you want like a Friday update or
No, I'd like the report out.
presentation?
Yes, please. Not a whole presentation, just something.
Okay.
Let us know what's
we could
going
probably
on.
do it. We could probably attach that presentation on
To
the
the-
safety. During the
Perfect.
safety. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any other report requests?
Yes. So I need an update on what happened to that school that wanted a water bottle station. I know that I asked that I wanted to see a quote or something to be purchased in the agenda. I haven't seen it, so I requested that.
Mr.
What
Pong,
happened?
do you have an update?
So we had meetings with, there are 3 schools actually, I think. One was Rice, where they had one donated. That one was installed. East Lake was another one that we met with the principal to determine the location. So we were waiting on one of our contractors to confirm that they're able to install it there. And then the third school.
Chula Vista Hills.
Yeah, that one was installed already.
That's installed?
Mhm.
So they're happy and good with it?
Mhm.
That was the school.
Okay, Chula Vista Hills. All right, I'll have to go and
Anything else?
check it. Yes.
Just go refill your water there.
Yeah, I know.
Put a line
cross,
through it.
cross that out. The next one is, it's been several months since I have asked for a RFP contract or whatever it is that we need to do to fix the playgrounds, specifically the 3 ones that
We visited.
have a piece of plywood to prevent students from sliding. That is disturbing to me to have that. I've been told that we needed to wait for the bond. I've been told that we needed to wait for contractors. I've been told that the moon and the sun doesn't align. Where are we with that?
I second that.
And I flirted it.
So, Mr. Pong?
So those play structures, some of them are not able to be repaired. So we're looking at replacing them. And actually, we were speaking with instructional services and facilities this week. We're going to be meeting with vendors to create what our district standards is going to be. So as we replace, they come in 2 different stages. So ages 2 to 5 and then 5 to 12. We're going to have them help us design what our new standard will be, and then we'll be bringing that forward for approval and installation for those.
So if one of the things that we discovered is that we were looking at the different structures, and we discovered that almost every school has a different type of play structure. So one of the things that we believe is important is that we involve instructional services that it's not just for play, but that it also has some kind of a learning component. So for exercise or for other stuff. So right now they're currently working on that. Ms. Morales, do you have a input on that?
Yeah, so we had a meeting this week, and what we've asked the vendor to do is to provide us some options based upon different parameters. So we would like to see some of our play stacks have items at the ground level, such as music making items, some things that they can talk through and make echoes. We're looking at different climbing options for them. We're even exploring swings. And so we've given them different parameters to be able to provide us with options to choose from to see whether or not they fit also the spaces that we have. And we're also we just had the meeting today for the Violindo modernization. And so we are trying to create a district standard with some more engaging play structures for our students.
And that's fine and well, and I appreciate that we're trying to maximize the opportunity. Now, what is the timeline? Because that's the important piece, right? Because we can talk about what we want to do and the great things that we can do with this project, but there's several of these schools that they don't have parks. For these kids, their playground is the school playground, and we need to maximize that opportunity for those students also. So, timeline. At least for those three. I get that we have 50 schools. I get that we're a big system, but there's a urgency that we need to act for these students. They deserve to have a playground as much as the playground that my kids have in Muraoka or that other kids have in those schools. I assure you that if there was a piece of plywood in Muraoka, that would have been fixed a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
we've discussed this every single month practically, and I think the time of talking is over. Someone needs to go in and remove that dangerous structure. If we have to go knock at the mayor's house or business, their business, because you mentioned something about permitting, we need to do that. And just, the vendor's going to let us know. And it's not your fault, but that's what they keep telling you. But just that sense of urgency, like Trustee Tamara was saying.
Mr. Pong, make this a priority.
I'm going to throw a little bit of a wrench in here just a second, and may not be a wrench. I would also hope that in our looking at all of the academic aspect of play that we're looking at for our students with challenges, physical challenges, because I know when I visit school sites and I ask them, what is your pie in the sky desire? That is one of the things that they say they would like to see.
And that's one of the pieces that all the new play structures that we put in are going to be ADA compliant.
Good. That's good. I have a question. So to these three schools with these playgrounds, is there any safety regulation? Are we still allowing students to play? Or are we making sure, we keep safety our priority as well?
So, Ms. Morales?
What happens when we have a damaged playground is that the facilities department goes out and works with the school team, and we do agree there is an urgency around this because it does require us to close different components of the playground. So we do prioritize the safety.
Could you please double check Castle Park because
Yes.
that is not happening.
I will.
Thank you.
that's all I have.
I just added what I needed to add. Board communications. This is the point in the agenda where board members can.
Wait, I have one more. Sorry.
You lied.
Sorry, I lied. Sorry, I misspoke. Can we get on the board updates, a list of the number of grievances that have been filed by any of the association?
You were reading my mind.
Yes, I tend to do that. The list of grievances and where are we and what is the description of the grievance?
Are you talking about active or for this year?
Active.
Active, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Are we done?
Yes.
Okay. Put my. This is the point in the agenda where board members can report out any of their activities in the last month since the last board meeting, events that they've attended, beginning with Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Thank you. I was able to visit to our school sites, which is very eye-opening and really educating for me. I was actually able to visit Feaster, and one of their programs there, they actually mentioned that our innovation stations were based on their innovation program, which was it's amazing to see what they're doing. They're actually having this neuroscientist or this neuroscience like club where they actually work with brains, which is amazing. And the students have the ability to, visit this place in downtown and take the trolley over there. So it's such an amazing experience to see. I was also very intrigued. And I was also able to visit CVLCC, which is another of our charter schools. And I love to see their, they have a 30-minute program called, what is it called? It's at the end of the day. I forgot the name. Oh my God. But basically they have little jobs, like all the they have shops and the students of all grades get together, and one is the owner, one is the clerk, one is the painter, one is the photographer. So it's so cute to see the students actually work together in different levels and have this little community and have their paydays and paychecks and all these things. So it was one of the features that I love seeing in our charter schools, because taking like with the innovation stations, what the charter schools implement, we can use for the rest of our schools. So it was very eye-opening, and I look forward to visiting more of our schools and be able to help and support and have all the experience. So thank you very much.
Trustee Tolston?
I too got to visit the science station and the health station. It was very eye-opening to see. It was very interesting to see that it's not just being geared to what they're learning that day, but they're actually taking it. And this was a complete surprise to me that they're gearing themselves to a career. They're being pinpointed to where their strengths are. I told Mr. Bruder and I told Dr. Reyes that I feel like I would hope that the communication for that goes out more to parents and not just like social media or flyers, because yes, we get excited when our kids go to a field trip. Come to find out, there's a lot more to that. And again, it goes back to what we've been seeing today, the amazing work that's being done by all of the district staff. It was amazing. I was very fascinated. I'm looking forward to seeing more of those. And I also had the opportunity to attend the Lion King at the Discovery Charter. Same. I was so proud of the staff, the students, the costumes were amazing. The acting was fantastic. And I mean, the organization of the whole production, from the seating arrangements to the play itself. It was very, very, very nice. And I'd like to see more of that.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
I too attended the Lion King presentation at Discovery, and it's always amazing that these kids are so gutsy to get up there and perform in front of these people that are just staring at them. Oh my gosh, how intimidating, but they're not. They're loving it. They're really good. Again, the costumes, the music, the acting. Simba, I love that. And my colleague here, he liked the other person. He'll tell you in a little bit. But I also attended, I participated in the Liberty speech presentations, and by golly, there's this one kid there that he owned the floor. He owned us. We're just watching and listening to everything he said, and it was just amazing to watch that brain work, and he's having a conversation with you, and you don't even know that you're having a conversation with him, but you are, because he's asking, he's anticipating what you're thinking almost, and before you can think it, he's already interjected another thought. It was a wonderful journey to watch him, watch this child's presentation. By the way, his name is Diego. And I also watch this other, again, at Heritage, speech presentations. These kids, the ideas and how you give them, they're given the subject matter, but how they turn around and weave their thoughts. And this one little girl, she took us through a journey of watching the stars. You could almost see it in a movie. And it was just amazing. I know every school has these because every school has stars. And we even thought, gosh, this little girl should write a book because the illustrations and the way she wrote them, it's just really amazing. I think all our kids are just great. I'm looking forward to watching those that were moved forward. Not that the other ones didn't merit going there, they should, but when you go to judging, it just, you have some of them stay behind. I met with some parents, and I also attended the DAC-DLAC monthly meeting last week. And it's always nice to meet other parents and hear some of their experiences, and they're sharing some of what works, some other stuff that doesn't work as well, but they're learning from each other. And thank you for the opportunities. Yeah, they try to make me sing. That's a horrible idea, but I just kind of lip synced. It was not good. Thank you. Next.
I too had the opportunity to attend the Lion King Junior presentation at Discovery. It was amazing. My colleagues said the production, how students are able to not just the acting, right? It was also all those students in the background moving the stage, setting up the scenarios. My favorite was Scar.
Sassy Scar.
Sassy Scar was there. I love that character. Timon and Pumbaa were hilarious. But overall, every single one of them, they were very, very talented people. Remembering the lines, and I mean the young Simba. I'll tell you that being so young and being able to remember the amount of lines was impressive. I mean, I used to know every single line of that movie, and I couldn't remember some of the things that they were saying, and it's like, oh yeah, it caught up to me. But it's impressive. It's impressive that they're able to do that. It's the amount of talent that we have in our schools. With Trustee Dominguez Cervantes saying about the speech that happened at that school. For the new trustees, you'll have the opportunity to hear very talented students that we have, and they'll be showcased here. But as we get invited to attend, take that opportunity to attend those, because there's so much talent in our schools with the kids that it's amazing. Most often I say I can't hold a candle to those kids in public speaking, so it's like they rock it. So that's all I have.
I don't even need to talk. You said everything I did. I went on a Friday night because that's how exciting my Friday nights are. I get to spend them with students at a play. And I realized it was the first time that my daughter, who's very private, she said, I'll go with you. And she's a critic. This is an adult who goes on vacation to Broadway to see plays. And so she came with me, and the whole time she kept saying, oh my gosh, young Simba. Oh my gosh, sassy Scar. Oh my gosh. She was blown away by just everything that they did. And at the end, I came to find out that we know Scar. We know Scar's parents, and we also knew some of the chorus students, and always running into former students who, and then I feel super, super veteran, not old, because they're either teachers at the school or parents of the students that are in the play. And so it was very, very a nice evening, excellent production, and continue to invite us to these events because they're really fun. Dr. Reyes, your superintendent's communication.
I just want to thank everyone for all the hard work, for your leadership, for making sure that our kids are always safe and are getting the best education possible. Thank you.
Dr. Reyes, before you, because there was one question that I was hoping you were going to address about the Achieve. Because I know teachers have been asking about the Achieve. You sent out a notice.
Yes, and we're actually going to be sending out a notice, Ms. Morales.
Yeah, so we are going to be sending out communication through the ISS newsletter as well as our principal's weekly update. And I have also spoke to Ms. Martinez about it and some shared messaging that we will be holding on to Achieve for one more year. And then we are looking at the assessments that we need for our students and the programs within that year to see whether or not any future changes need to be made.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reyes, for hanging in there.
Of course.
The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will be held on March 5th at 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for open session. Do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by, can I say the Domingai? No,
I know.
and seconded, and all in favor?
Aye.